Discipline is not something you are born with. It's something you build, one choice at a time. Most people believe motivation is what drives success. They wait for that spark, that perfect moment when they feel ready. But discipline doesn't wait for feelings. It acts regardless of them. Imagine waking up in the morning and not wanting to do anything. Your mind says, just 5 more minutes. Discipline says, get up now. It's that quiet, steady voice that pushes you forward when motivation disappears. True discipline is not about being strict with yourself to the point of misery. It's about making decisions that align with your goals, even when they're uncomfortable. The gym session when you're tired. The book you read when you'd rather scroll your phone. The savings you make instead of spending carelessly. Every act of discipline strengthens your inner control, your ability to lead yourself. Here's the truth. Motivation is temporary. It fades as quickly as it appears. But discipline builds permanence. It turns chaos into clarity, doubt into direction, and procrastination into purpose. Every successful person, whether an athlete, entrepreneur, or creator, understands one thing. Discipline equals freedom. It may sound like a paradox, but when you control your habits, you control your life. You become free from excuses, emotions, and inconsistency. To build discipline, start small. You don't need to change your entire life overnight. Begin with the smallest habit you can stick to daily. Maybe it's reading for 10 minutes or finishing one task completely before starting another. The key is consistency, not perfection. Once you repeat an action daily, your brain stops negotiating. It learns this is the new normal. You're no longer fighting your own mind. You're leading it. And that's when the transformation truly begins. When you choose discipline over comfort, something powerful happens inside you. You begin to trust yourself. You realize that your word has meaning every time you do what you said you would do, even when no one is watching. Your self-respect grows. That's the real foundation of confidence. Not compliments, not validation, but trusting yourself to act. Discipline is not a punishment. It's a path to power. It gives your life direction. People who lack discipline often live on impulse, chasing temporary pleasure, reacting emotionally, and feeling stuck. But those with discipline understand delayed gratification. They know that the pain of effort now leads to the reward of achievement later. Let's be honest. Discipline isn't easy. You'll have days when you fail, when your energy is gone, and you question why you even started. But those are the moments that define you. Discipline is built in discomfort. Every time you push through resistance, you grow stronger mentally. You learn that your feelings don't control you. You control them. Think of discipline like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. If you skip your commitments, that muscle weakens. But every time you follow through, even in small ways, it grows. Over time, what once felt impossible becomes natural. Here's a powerful truth. People admire discipline because it's rare. In a world full of distractions, those who can stay focused stand out. They achieve more not because they're smarter, but because they stay consistent when others give up. And this consistency creates momentum, the invisible force that keeps you moving even when motivation disappears. Discipline gives birth to momentum, and momentum carries you through the toughest days. One of the biggest misconceptions about discipline is that it kills creativity or spontaneity. But in truth, it does the opposite. Discipline gives you structure, a foundation on which creativity can flourish. Without discipline, ideas remain ideas. With discipline, they turn into reality. Think about writers, artists, or musicians. They don't wait for inspiration to strike. They sit down every day, no matter how they feel, and do the work. And because of that consistency, inspiration finds them. That's the beauty of discipline. It creates space for greatness to appear. Discipline also builds mental toughness. Life will test you with failure, rejection, loss, and self-doubt. But when you're disciplined, you don't crumble under pressure. You adapt, you learn, you keep showing up, because you know progress doesn't come from perfection. It comes from persistence. You might not see results right away, and that's okay. Discipline teaches patience. It helps you understand that success is not about speed. It's about direction. Even slow progress is better than standing still. Ask yourself, what do you want most? And what are you willing to give up to get it? Discipline often means saying no. No to distractions, no to temporary pleasures, no to anything that takes you away from your goal. Every no you say to the wrong thing is a yes to your higher purpose. And here's the best part. Discipline doesn't just shape your actions. It reshapes your identity. When you live with discipline, you stop identifying as someone who tries and start becoming someone who does. You stop making promises and start living by them. Remember, success doesn't come from doing things once. It comes from doing them daily. Discipline turns your goals into habits and your habits into your destiny. Let's go deeper into the mindset of discipline. It's not just about forcing yourself to act. It's about training your mind to stay focused on what matters. Most people think discipline is about doing hard things, but in reality, it's about making the right things easy through repetition. When you repeat a task often enough, your brain automates it. This is called habit formation. At first, you'll resist. Your mind will find excuses. I'll start tomorrow. I'm too tired. But once a habit is formed, the resistance fades. The same action that once felt hard becomes part of who you are. That's why discipline isn't built in a single day. It's built through 1,000 small choices. Waking up when the alarm rings, choosing water over soda, finishing what you start. Each tiny decision strengthens your identity as a disciplined person. And once that identity forms, everything changes. You don't have to force discipline. You become discipline. It's no longer a struggle. It's your natural way of living. Here's the secret. The goal is not to be perfect. The goal is to be consistent. Even if you fail today, get back up tomorrow. The most disciplined people aren't flawless. They're simply persistent. They never quit twice. Your environment also plays a massive role. Surround yourself with people who value growth and focus. If you stay close to the lazy, the distracted, or the negative, discipline becomes harder. But if you're around those who inspire and challenge you, it becomes natural. The truth about discipline is that it's contagious. When you live with structure and purpose, others notice. You inspire without speaking. People start asking, how do you stay so focused? And that's when you realize discipline isn't just changing your life. It's influencing others too. At its core, discipline is the highest form of self-love. When you stay disciplined, You're telling yourself, I deserve a better future. You're not being hard on yourself. You're being honest with yourself. You understand that growth demands effort, and you're willing to pay that price. The reason most people fail isn't lack of opportunity. It's lack of discipline. They quit when it gets hard, they choose comfort over challenge, and they confuse temporary pleasure with real happiness. But discipline breaks that cycle. It helps you see beyond the moment and focus on what truly matters. Discipline builds character. It turns your weaknesses into strengths, your fears into lessons, and your doubts into direction. When you act with discipline, you're no longer controlled by emotions. You're guided by purpose. You stop reacting and start responding. You stop chasing motivation and start mastering momentum. And soon you'll realize discipline is freedom. Freedom from laziness, from chaos, from regret. It gives you control over your time, your habits, and your destiny. So, as you begin your journey of self-discipline, remember, you don't have to be perfect. You just have to keep showing up. Every day you choose discipline. You're choosing to evolve, to become stronger, sharper, and more unshakable than you were yesterday. And that is the truth about discipline. It's not a rule to follow, but a mindset to live by. The biggest difference between those who succeed and those who don't isn't knowledge. It's action. Everyone knows what they should do. Few actually do it. The bridge between knowing and doing is discipline. But the key that keeps it strong is habit. Habits are the building blocks of every result you want in life. Whether it's health, wealth, or peace of mind, it all comes from what you repeatedly do. Motivation can start a habit, but only consistency sustains it. When you train yourself to take action daily, even when you don't feel like it, you create momentum. Momentum is that invisible force that carries you forward. Once you're in motion, staying in motion becomes easier. The hardest part is starting. That's why small beginnings matter so much. Think of habits like planting seeds. At first, they seem tiny and insignificant, but with time and care, they grow into something powerful. Every time you take an action, you're watering that seed. Miss a day or two and it's fine, but abandon it completely, and it withers. The habit of action means training your mind to move first and think later. Most people wait until everything feels right, until they're ready, confident, or inspired. But waiting for perfect conditions is a trap. Action creates clarity. It doesn't come from thinking alone. Every time you take action, your brain gets a small hit of confidence. You prove to yourself that you can follow through. That's how self-belief is built, not from affirmations, but from actions repeated over time. The more you act, the less fear you feel. The less you act, the more fear grows. Inaction feeds anxiety, action dissolves it. When you delay action, your mind fills the empty space with doubt. You start overthinking. What if I fail? What if it doesn't work? What if I'm not ready? But the truth is, no one is ever completely ready. Readiness comes after you begin. Action brings experience, and experience brings confidence. Every small step you take builds momentum, and momentum kills fear. That's why successful people don't rely on motivation. They rely on systems. A system is simply a habit that removes the need to decide every day. You don't ask, should I work out today? Or should I start this project? You just do it because it's part of who you are. Here's something to understand deeply. Consistency is more powerful than intensity. It's better to do a small action every day than to do something huge once and then quit. 10 minutes of focus every day is more valuable than 1 day of exhaustion and burnout. The goal is not perfection. The goal is progress. Even if you don't feel productive, showing up still matters. You're teaching your mind to act, not to hesitate. Discipline lives in those moments when you act without waiting for the perfect mood. Start by breaking big goals into small, clear actions. Want to write a book? Start by writing 1 paragraph. Want to get fit? Start with 5 push-ups. Want to build a business? Start with 1 call. The point is, make the first step so small that you can't say no to it. And once you start, your brain switches from thinking mode to doing mode. That small action triggers energy, focus, and confidence. This is why Just Start is one of the most powerful pieces of advice you'll ever hear. Because starting changes everything. Every person who has ever achieved something great had to overcome the same enemy: hesitation. The human brain loves comfort. It resists change, even when that change is good for you. That's why taking action feels uncomfortable at first. It's your brain protecting the familiar. But here's the secret. Once you act, that resistance weakens. Your brain realizes this isn't dangerous. Slowly, it begins to cooperate. What once required effort becomes easier, even automatic. That's the power of repetition. To build the habit of action, create triggers, small signals that remind your brain it's time to move. For example, putting your workout clothes next to your bed or keeping your notebook open on your desk. Triggers remove friction and make action easier to start. Another method is the 2-minute rule. When you feel stuck, tell yourself you'll do something for just 2 minutes, like reading, cleaning, or planning. Most of the time, once you start, you'll keep going far longer than that. Action breeds more action. The key is momentum. Once you move, keep moving, even if it's small. Don't wait for big breakthroughs. Build small wins daily. Each one adds up like compound interest, turning into massive results over time. And remember, action doesn't mean speed. It means direction. You don't have to rush. You just have to move forward even a little. Every step counts when you're consistent. Many people fail not because they lack talent, but because they never start. Or they stop too soon. They overthink, doubt, and delay until the opportunity passes. Don't be that person. The habit of action is your shield against procrastination and your weapon for progress. So, stop waiting for the perfect time. Start making time perfect through action. Action is what transforms potential into power. Without it, knowledge fades, plans die, and dreams remain nothing but thoughts. The difference between those who imagine success and those who achieve it is simple. One group takes consistent action while the other waits for the right time. The truth is, there will never be a perfect time. There will always be noise, distractions, and reasons to delay. But discipline teaches you to act despite imperfection. Every time you act when it's hard, you are reprogramming your mind to become stronger than excuses. You must understand this. Every small action is a vote for the person you are becoming. When you choose to work instead of scrolling, you're voting for focus. When you choose to wake up early, you're voting for responsibility. When you finish what you start, you're voting for self-respect. These tiny votes shape your identity. That's how habits form, not through grand changes, but through daily repetition of small actions that align with your values. The human brain learns through patterns, and once it recognizes a pattern of consistency, it begins to crave it. You'll start feeling uneasy not taking action, and that's when you know you've truly built the habit. A common trap people fall into is over-planning. They spend so much time preparing, researching, and perfecting that they forget to start. Planning is useful only when it leads to execution. Don't let perfectionism disguise itself as productivity. You can't steer a parked car. It has to be in motion first. So move. Even if your first attempt is messy, even if you make mistakes, take that step. Every failure teaches you something that success cannot. Each attempt refines your understanding, builds your courage, and brings you closer to mastery. Another way to strengthen the habit of action is through accountability. Tell someone your goal, a friend, a mentor, or even your audience. When others know, your commitment becomes real. You'll push harder because you don't want to break your own word. Discipline thrives in responsibility. And finally, reward yourself for staying consistent. The human brain loves reward signals. After completing a task, acknowledge your effort, not with distractions, but with pride. Tell yourself, I did what I said I would do. That simple phrase reinforces your self-trust, and that trust is the foundation of discipline. The more you act, the stronger your belief becomes. You stop needing external validation because your actions start proving your worth. Each day of action builds a record of reliability, proof that you can depend on yourself. Remember this line deeply. Action is not just movement, it's transformation. Every decision to move forward, no matter how small, changes something inside you. And once you learn to act consistently, you realize that you never needed motivation at all, just momentum. Consistency in action is the heartbeat of discipline. Once you learn to move daily, you create a rhythm in your life that keeps you progressing no matter how small the steps seem. The key is not dramatic results, but steady improvement. Each day adds a brick to the foundation of who you are becoming. Understand that your environment can either strengthen or weaken this habit. Surround yourself with reminders of what you want to achieve. Tools, cues, and a supportive circle all make it easier to act without overthinking. When your surroundings reinforce action, your mind stops resisting and starts cooperating. Procrastination thrives on indecision. The more you hesitate, the more your brain convinces you to stay idle. But momentum is your antidote. Taking one small action creates a cascade. It triggers another, then another. Soon, what once felt like a chore becomes a natural flow of progress. It's also crucial to embrace imperfection. Many people delay action because they fear failure. But action itself is not about getting it perfect the first time. It's about learning, adjusting, and improving along the way. Each attempt is data. Each failure is feedback. And that feedback is what sharpens skill and resilience. Visualize the person you want to become. That vision alone isn't enough. It requires action. Discipline and habit bridge the gap between who you are and who you can become. Without action, vision remains a dream. With action, it becomes reality. Another strategy is the chain method. Commit to a daily action and mark it on a calendar. Each day you complete it, you add a mark. Over time, you'll see the chain grow. The desire to keep the streak alive reinforces your habit. Humans are naturally motivated to continue patterns. Leverage that. Remember, action fuels confidence. When you consistently act, your self-doubt loses power. You see that you can do things you once thought impossible. That's when true self-trust is born. The more you act, the less you rely on external approval, and the more you rely on yourself. Finally, reward your efforts wisely. Reflect on your progress, celebrate small victories, and acknowledge your commitment. Each recognition strengthens your internal motivation. You don't need constant praise from others. Your own acknowledgement is the most powerful reinforcement. Discipline, action, and habit are inseparable. Together, they form a chain reaction that transforms your life. Take one action consistently today, another tomorrow, and watch as your habits create the unstoppable person you are meant to become. Discipline is never just about action. It's about controlling your mind, even when emotions try to control you. Most people live at the mercy of their feelings. They wait to feel motivated, confident, or inspired before acting. But the truth is, feelings are temporary, and waiting for them is a trap. To master your life, you must learn to act despite discomfort, fear, or uncertainty. This is the essence of mind over feelings. It's not about ignoring emotions. It's about acknowledging them and then choosing action anyway. Emotions are powerful signals, but they are not instructions. Anger, doubt, or sadness may try to push you into inaction or poor decisions. Discipline teaches you to observe these feelings without surrendering to them. You feel, but you don't obey blindly. Start by naming your emotions. When fear arises, say, "This is fear." When laziness comes, say, "This is resistance." Naming creates distance between you and the emotion. Once you step back, you regain control and can decide how to respond. Another key is understanding that feelings are often deceptive. They exaggerate risks, diminish your confidence, and make obstacles appear larger than they are. Your mind has evolved to protect you, but sometimes it overreacts. Acting in spite of these distortions trains mental resilience. Mind over feelings also means creating routines that reduce emotional decision-making. When your habits are strong, you don't have to rely on how you feel to act. You follow a system. You wake up, you work, you practice discipline. Feelings become secondary and action becomes primary. It's important to practice patience with yourself. You won't immediately control every thought or emotion. Some days, fear or doubt will seem stronger. But each time you choose action over emotion, your mental strength grows. You are rewiring your brain to prioritize long-term goals over short-term comfort. Emotions are like waves. They rise, crash, and fade. If you let yourself be swept away by every wave, you'll never reach your destination. Mind over feelings teaches you to surf these waves rather than be drowned by them. You feel the emotion, but you don't let it dictate your actions. One of the most common emotional traps is instant gratification. Your brain craves comfort now, even if it harms long-term goals. Skipping a workout, binge watching, instead of working or eating unhealthily may feel good in the moment, but discipline requires prioritizing the bigger picture. When you act in alignment with your goals, even when it's uncomfortable, you strengthen your self-control. Another tool is mental rehearsal. Before facing a challenging task, visualize yourself completing it calmly and successfully. Your brain begins to accept that action is possible, even when feelings say otherwise. Mental rehearsal reduces resistance and strengthens confidence. Awareness of triggers is crucial. Certain situations, people, or environments can amplify emotions and lead to inaction. Identify your triggers and prepare strategies to counter them. For example, if social media makes you procrastinate, schedule a specific time for it instead of using it impulsively. Discipline is easier when your environment supports it. It's also important to recognize that resisting feelings isn't about suppression. It's about regulation. You don't eliminate emotions, you redirect them. Use nervous energy as fuel. Turn anxiety into preparation, fear into caution without hesitation, and frustration into focus. The habit of acting despite emotions builds emotional resilience. Over time, you notice that you're no longer a slave to fleeting moods. Your mind becomes a tool, not a tyrant. You can choose action over hesitation, persistence over comfort, and growth over ease. One of the most overlooked aspects of discipline is emotional management. Your feelings are powerful, and they influence every decision you make. Without control, they can sabotage your progress even if you have knowledge, skill, or plans. Mind over feelings is the practice of acting in alignment with your goals, despite emotional interference. Think about moments of procrastination. You may feel lazy, tired, or unmotivated, yet the work is important. The difference between those who succeed and those who fail is the willingness to move first and let emotions catch up later. Discipline is doing what must be done before you feel like it. This creates consistency, which is far more reliable than motivation. Another powerful tool is emotional awareness. Pause and notice your feelings without judgment. Ask, why do I feel this? Naming your emotions creates clarity. Once you separate yourself from the raw feeling, you can choose an appropriate response instead of reacting impulsively. Fear becomes a signal, not a roadblock. Frustration becomes energy, not defeat. The brain loves comfort. It resists change because change requires effort, uncertainty, and temporary discomfort. That resistance manifests as negative emotions, anxiety, doubt, irritability. When you act despite these feelings, you teach your brain that discomfort does not equal danger. You begin to condition your mind to accept action as the default, regardless of emotional turbulence. Visualization is another secret weapon. Imagine yourself completing the task calmly, efficiently, and successfully. Picture yourself feeling strong and satisfied afterward. Mental rehearsal primes your brain to handle the reality with less emotional friction. It also strengthens confidence and reduces hesitation. Triggers are everywhere. Certain people, environments, or tasks may amplify emotional resistance. Identify your triggers and create strategies to counter them. Remove distractions. Schedule deliberate focus sessions and reward yourself for completing tasks. Structuring your environment reinforces action and reduces emotional interference. Acting in spite of feelings builds resilience. Over time, you will notice your mind becoming more disciplined naturally. You will start responding instead of reacting. Comfort will no longer dictate your choices. Your emotions will serve your purpose rather than control it. Remember, mind over feelings is not suppression, it's regulation. Acknowledge emotions, accept them, and then act anyway. This is how mental strength is built, not by avoiding emotions, but by mastering them. Now, let's explore practical techniques to maintain control over your feelings. One of the most effective methods is creating daily mental rituals. This can include journaling your thoughts, meditating for a few minutes, or even a simple reflection at the start of your day. These rituals allow you to organize your mind, anticipate emotional challenges, and act intentionally instead of reactively. Another technique is deliberate exposure to discomfort. Purposefully placing yourself in slightly uncomfortable situations trains your mind to tolerate unease without surrendering to feelings. For example, waking up early, exercising when tired, or speaking up in uncomfortable conversations builds resilience. Each act strengthens your ability to act despite emotional resistance. Understanding the temporary nature of feelings is essential. Anxiety, doubt, or irritation rarely last forever. Recognizing that emotions are transient helps you detach from them and act consistently. Discipline is knowing that the discomfort you feel now is a small price for the progress you gain over time. Repetition is the key. Each time you choose action over emotion, the brain records it as a success. Over weeks and months, these successes accumulate, rewiring your neurological patterns. Your default response shifts from hesitation to action. You no longer wait to feel motivated. You move because action has become your habit. Accountability also reinforces mind over feelings mastery. Share your goals with someone you respect. Track your progress publicly, or even maintain a personal log of actions. External accountability magnifies internal discipline, ensuring you stay consistent even when emotions tempt you to stop. Remember, emotional mastery doesn't eliminate feelings. It transforms your relationship with them. Fear becomes a guide, not a barrier. Frustration becomes fuel, not defeat. Laziness becomes a signal to act, not a justification to delay. Over time, the mind becomes your ally rather than your adversary. Finally, celebrate small victories. Each time you act despite your feelings, acknowledge the achievement. This reinforces the neural pathways of self-trust, which is the cornerstone of long-term discipline. You'll notice a profound change. Action becomes easier, resistance weaker, and confidence stronger. When you practice mind over feelings consistently, you gain one of the most valuable assets in life: control. Not control over others, but control over yourself. And with self-control comes freedom. The freedom to pursue your goals relentlessly without being held hostage by fleeting emotions. The ultimate goal of mind over feelings is self-mastery. It's the ability to make decisions and take actions aligned with your long-term goals, no matter how turbulent your emotions are. People who lack this skill often drift through life, controlled by temporary moods, impulses, and distractions. Those who master it gain clarity, consistency, and unstoppable momentum. Start by practicing small acts of mental control. When a negative thought arises, acknowledge it, then redirect your focus to productive action. When a moment of laziness appears, act anyway. Every time you do this, you reinforce the neural pathway that tells your brain, I am in charge, not my feelings. Another technique is reframing discomfort. Instead of seeing unpleasant emotions as obstacles, view them as opportunities to grow stronger. Discomfort is the training ground of discipline. Every time you act while uneasy, your mind becomes sharper, more resilient, and more confident. Consistency is the backbone of emotional mastery. Small daily actions compound over time, shaping habits that are stronger than any temporary emotion. Over weeks and months, these actions become automatic, reducing the power emotions have over you. You no longer wait for the perfect mood. You create the perfect conditions through repeated action. Visualization complements action. Imagine yourself facing challenges calmly and succeeding regardless of how you feel. The brain cannot distinguish between vivid imagination and real experience. So mental rehearsal strengthens your confidence and reduces hesitation. Combine this with daily action, and you are rewiring your mind for unstoppable progress. Accountability further enhances mind over feelings. Share goals, track results, or journal progress. External accountability provides reinforcement, while internal discipline ensures consistency. Together, they create a system where your emotions support your goals rather than obstruct them. Finally, reflect on your growth. Celebrate victories, no matter how small. Each success reinforces your self-trust and builds momentum. Over time, you'll notice a shift. Emotions no longer dictate your choices. You act with purpose, clarity, and determination. Mind over feelings is not about eliminating emotions. It's about mastering them. It's about turning fear into fuel, frustration into focus, and hesitation into action. Master this skill, and you master the most important relationship in life, the one with yourself. Routines are the hidden architecture of discipline. They shape your day, your habits, and ultimately your life. The more intentional your routines, the less you rely on willpower and motivation. When your daily structure supports your goals, action becomes automatic, effortless, and consistent. Most people underestimate the power of small daily routines. They wait for breakthroughs, inspiration, or dramatic events to change their lives. But real transformation happens in ordinary moments, repeated consistently over time. A morning routine, an evening reflection, or a simple habit of planning your day can completely alter the trajectory of your success. Routines rewire your brain by creating predictable patterns. Your mind craves familiarity. When you repeat the same actions daily, your brain anticipates them, reducing resistance and building momentum. This is why champions, top performers, and highly disciplined people have strict routines. They eliminate decision fatigue and ensure progress, no matter how they feel. The first step is identifying the key actions that truly impact your goals. Focus on high-leverage activities, the few actions that create the most results. Then embed them into daily rituals. For example, reading a few pages each morning, exercising, journaling, or reviewing goals. These repeated actions gradually rewire your brain and behavior. Consistency is more important than perfection. Missing a step occasionally is acceptable, but the habit of returning to your routine after interruptions is what builds resilience. Over time, these actions become automatic. They no longer require effortful willpower. Your brain learns that these routines are non-negotiable and becomes an ally instead of an obstacle. Another secret is pairing routines with cues. A cue can be time, location, or a preceding action. For instance, after brushing your teeth, meditate for 5 minutes. After breakfast, review your goals. By linking routines to existing habits, you reduce friction and increase compliance. Your mind begins to anticipate the action and executes it almost unconsciously. Routines also serve as emotional anchors. On tough days, when motivation wanes and energy dips, a solid routine keeps you moving forward. Even if you don't feel like it, performing the routine ensures you maintain momentum. Momentum is critical because it carries you past resistance and fuels future action. Finally, reflect regularly. Evaluate which routines are effective and which need adjustment. Continuous refinement ensures that your structure evolves with your goals. The combination of intentional routines, consistency, and reflection rewires your brain for long-term discipline, productivity, and personal growth. Routines are not just about structure, they are about identity. Every repeated action signals to your brain who you are. When you consistently follow a productive routine, you begin to internalize it. I am someone who acts, plans, and achieves. Over time, this self-perception reinforces discipline naturally, making action easier and more automatic. Start by designing routines around your most important priorities. Identify the key behaviors that drive results in your life and make them non-negotiable. This might include exercise, focused work sessions, learning new skills, or personal reflection. When these actions are embedded into your daily life, they stop being optional and become part of who you are. It's critical to anchor routines to your natural rhythms. Some people are more productive in the morning, others at night. Identify when your energy is highest and schedule your most important actions during that window. Misaligned routines lead to struggle, inconsistency, and frustration, while aligned routines make execution feel natural and effortless. Another strategy is habit stacking, linking new routines to existing habits. For example, after your morning coffee, spend 10 minutes reviewing your daily goals. After brushing your teeth, do a 2-minute stretch. These small pairings build consistency because your brain is already in a familiar state, reducing resistance and making the new habit automatic over time. Reflection and adjustment are essential. Not all routines will be effective immediately. Track your progress, evaluate outcomes, and refine as needed. Over time, you'll notice which habits generate results and which drain energy. Effective routines maximize leverage. They ensure you spend energy only on actions that move you forward. Routines also serve as an emotional shield. Life is unpredictable and emotions fluctuate. Motivation comes and goes. But when your routines are strong, they carry you through days of fatigue, stress, or distraction. The act of following a routine becomes a commitment to yourself, a demonstration that your growth does not depend on fleeting feelings. Consistency compounds. Small daily actions repeated over weeks and months create profound transformation. Meditation, exercise, focused learning, or journaling may seem minor individually, but together they reshape your mind, habits, and identity. You are rewiring your brain to become someone who naturally succeeds. Finally, celebrate milestones within your routines. Acknowledge streaks, reflect on achievements, and reward consistency. These small recognitions reinforce your identity as a disciplined person. The brain responds to rewards, and celebrating success, even internally, strengthens habits and ensures long-term adherence. Routines are the silent force behind every achievement. They remove reliance on willpower, minimize emotional interference, and create predictable pathways to success. When mastered, routines don't just support discipline, they become the vehicle that drives your transformation. Now let's explore the deeper psychology behind routines. The brain is wired to seek efficiency. It prefers habits over conscious decisions because habits save energy. Every repeated action becomes a shortcut in your neural pathways, allowing your mind to execute behaviors automatically. This is why intentional routines are so powerful. They literally rewire your brain for discipline. When you begin a new routine, expect some friction. Your mind resists change, and initial discomfort is normal. The key is to persist, even when it feels uncomfortable. Each time you act despite resistance, you strengthen neural connections that support that behavior. Over time, what was once hard becomes effortless, natural, and even rewarding. A crucial factor is environment design. Your surroundings heavily influence whether routines succeed or fail. Remove distractions, create cues, and make productive behavior the path of least resistance. For example, if you want to read daily, keep a book on your desk rather than hidden in a drawer. If you want to exercise, lay out your workout clothes the night before. Your environment can either support or sabotage your discipline. Another technique is batching similar actions. Grouping tasks together reduces decision fatigue. Your brain has a limited capacity for daily choices, and constantly deciding what to do next drains willpower. When routines are pre-planned and repeated consistently, your energy is preserved for meaningful action rather than wasted on trivial decisions. Accountability strengthens routines further. Whether through a mentor, friend, or tracking system, external oversight reinforces internal commitment. You're more likely to maintain routines when someone else knows about them. Even self-tracking works. Marking completed tasks on a calendar creates a visual chain of progress that motivates continuation. It's also important to adapt routines without abandoning them. Life is unpredictable, and rigidity can lead to frustration. If you miss a step or need to adjust timing, do so without guilt. The consistency of action matters more than perfection. Small adjustments keep routines sustainable, ensuring long-term habit formation. Routines impact more than productivity. They influence mindset and identity. Repeated actions create self-image. I am someone who acts, learns, and grows every day. Over time, this identity solidifies, making discipline a natural part of who you are. You no longer need external motivation. Your habits and routines drive your behavior automatically. Finally, pair routines with reflection. Take time weekly to review what's working and what isn't. Evaluate results objectively and refine actions to maximize impact. Reflection ensures that routines evolve with your goals, keeping them aligned with the person you aim to become. Mastering routines is not about doing more. It's about doing the right actions consistently. Routines are the architecture of discipline, the foundation that allows small daily actions to compound into extraordinary results. Let's now focus on creating routines that are not only effective, but sustainable. Many people fail because they start with overly ambitious habits, thinking that extreme effort will accelerate results. But this approach backfires. It leads to burnout, inconsistency, and frustration. The key is starting small, with actions that are manageable, then gradually increasing intensity over time. For example, if your goal is fitness, start with 10 minutes of exercise each day instead of an hour-long session. If your goal is reading, start with 5 pages a day instead of 50. Small wins create momentum, strengthen your identity as a disciplined person, and make it easier to scale the habit naturally. Consistency is more important than intensity. Even minimal action, when repeated daily, compounds exponentially. The brain responds to repetition, not effort. By committing to small, achievable steps every day, you wire your neural pathways for automatic action, reducing reliance on motivation and willpower. Another crucial aspect is anchoring routines to existing habits. Known as habit stacking, this technique links new behaviors to established actions. For instance, after brushing your teeth, meditate for 5 minutes. After your morning coffee, review your daily goals. These anchors reduce friction and make the new habit automatic over time, leveraging the brain's natural pattern-seeking tendencies. Routines also provide emotional stability. Life is unpredictable and emotions fluctuate. Motivation ebbs and flows. But when routines are strong, they create consistency regardless of emotional state. Even on days when you feel tired, stressed, or distracted, routines carry you forward. This consistency becomes a cornerstone of discipline and resilience. Reflection is equally important. Take time weekly or monthly to evaluate which routines are producing results and which are not. Adjust as needed. Over time, this ensures that your habits remain aligned with your evolving goals. Routines that adapt are more likely to last, providing long-term benefits instead of temporary gains. Visualization strengthens routines further. Mentally rehearsing your actions before you do them prepares your mind for execution. Your brain begins to anticipate the task, reducing resistance and increasing efficiency. Combined with action, visualization makes routines almost effortless. Finally, celebrate progress. Each completed routine, no matter how small, reinforces your identity and motivates continued action. This creates a positive feedback loop. Consistent action builds self-trust, which strengthens discipline, which makes future action easier. Routines are the silent, powerful engine behind every disciplined person's life. They eliminate reliance on fleeting motivation, reduce decision fatigue, stabilize emotions, and compound small actions into extraordinary results. Master your routines, and you master your life. Now that we understand the power of routines, it's time to focus on integrating them fully into your life. Routines are not just actions, they are frameworks that shape your identity and behavior. The most disciplined people are not those with extraordinary motivation, but those with extraordinary systems. The first step is clarity. Define the routines that align with your most important goals. Ask yourself, which daily actions will bring me closer to the person I want to become? Focus on the few activities that create the most leverage. These high-impact routines will compound over time, producing results far greater than effort alone. Next, simplify. Avoid overly complicated routines that require constant decision-making. Complexity increases friction and reduces adherence. The simpler the routine, the more likely you are to follow it consistently. Even small repetitive actions can have a massive cumulative effect when done daily. Accountability strengthens your routines, track your progress, share your goals, or maintain a visual streak to reinforce action. External and internal accountability ensures that routines become non-negotiable. Over time, this consistency builds momentum and confidence, making it easier to maintain discipline in all areas of life. The environment matters. Structure your surroundings to support desired routines. Remove distractions, place cues for desired actions, and design spaces that make productive behavior effortless. A well-organized environment reduces resistance and helps your brain automatically choose the right action. Another critical factor is resilience. Life will throw challenges, distractions, and setbacks. Your routines must be flexible enough to adapt without being abandoned. Missing a day is not failure. Returning to the routine immediately is the real measure of discipline. Consistency over time outweighs perfection in the short term. Finally, reflection and growth are key. Regularly assess how your routines affect your goals, productivity, and well-being. Adjust and refine them to maximize impact. Pair reflection with reward. Acknowledge small wins, celebrate streaks, and internalize your progress. Each action reinforces your identity as a disciplined, high-performing individual. Routines are the backbone of self-discipline. They transform small, repeated actions into lasting change, stabilize emotions, reduce reliance on motivation, and build a powerful identity. Master your routines, and you will master your habits, your productivity, and ultimately, your life. Procrastination is the silent killer of success. It steals time, energy, and potential, leaving you frustrated and stuck. Everyone procrastinates at some point, but the disciplined learn how to act despite the urge to delay. Understanding why you procrastinate is the first step toward overcoming it. Most procrastination is not laziness, it's emotional avoidance. We delay tasks that feel uncomfortable, overwhelming, or uncertain. Our brain seeks comfort and instant gratification, prioritizing short-term ease over long-term gain. Recognizing this helps you detach from guilt and approach procrastination strategically. Start by breaking tasks into small, manageable steps. Large projects often feel intimidating, triggering avoidance. By dividing work into tiny actions, you reduce resistance and make starting easier. Even a 5-minute effort can create momentum that carries you forward into longer periods of focused work. Another powerful technique is the 2-minute rule. If a task takes less than 2 minutes, do it immediately. This simple strategy eliminates small, nagging tasks from accumulating, which often lead to larger feelings of overwhelm. Completing small tasks quickly builds confidence and reduces mental clutter. Set clear deadlines. Open-ended tasks encourage delay. Deadlines create urgency and provide structure, making it psychologically easier to begin. When you know there's a finite window to complete a task, your brain prioritizes action over avoidance. Procrastination thrives in low-energy states. Manage your physical and mental energy to combat it effectively. Sleep well, eat healthily, exercise and schedule demanding tasks when your energy is highest. Working against fatigue increases resistance, making procrastination harder to overcome. Eliminate distractions. Modern life is full of triggers that encourage delay, social media, notifications, unnecessary meetings, and multitasking. Identify your biggest distractions and remove them during focus periods. Create an environment that supports action rather than hinders it. Accountability accelerates results. Share your goals with someone, track progress publicly, or maintain a log. When someone else knows about your tasks, your commitment strengthens. Accountability transforms procrastination into action, especially when combined with clear steps and structured routines. Finally, remember that action beats perfection. Waiting for the perfect moment, perfect plan, or perfect mood is a trap. Procrastination often hides behind excuses for waiting. The most successful people start imperfectly, adjust along the way, and improve through consistent execution. Procrastination often feels like a thief in the night, quietly stealing time and momentum. To fight it, you must understand that it's not about laziness, it's about fear. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of discomfort. These emotions hijack your focus and create resistance. When you recognize the underlying fear, you can address it directly rather than blaming yourself. One effective strategy is pre-commitment. Decide in advance that you will act no matter how you feel. Remove choices and temptations that allow delay. For example, commit to writing 500 words every morning at a set time. By locking yourself into a plan, you reduce the opportunity for procrastination to take hold. Another key method is time blocking. Allocate specific periods for focused work and protect them rigorously. During these blocks, eliminate all distractions and dedicate yourself entirely to the task. Your brain begins to associate certain times with action, creating consistency and reducing mental friction over time. Visualize the consequences of procrastination. What happens if you delay? Will stress increase? Will opportunities be lost? Sometimes a clear understanding of negative outcomes creates urgency and shifts your mindset from avoidance to action. Fear, when harnessed correctly, can become a motivator rather than a barrier. Break tasks into progressive steps. Large projects are overwhelming, which triggers avoidance. By focusing on the next immediate step instead of the whole task, you reduce psychological resistance. Action creates clarity, and clarity generates momentum, which then feeds consistent progress. Reward yourself for completing tasks. Positive reinforcement strengthens the habit of acting despite discomfort. Each completed task builds confidence and reduces the power procrastination holds over your mind. Over time, your brain learns that action leads to positive outcomes, making it easier to act even when motivation is low. Another powerful technique is the Pomodoro method. Work for a set time, usually 25 or 50 minutes, then take a short break. This creates urgency, structure, and momentum, preventing your mind from drifting into delay. Repeating focused intervals builds discipline and makes large projects feel manageable. Finally, understand that procrastination is a habit, not a fixed trait. Every time you act despite resistance, you weaken the habit of delay. Every time you postpone, you strengthen it. Action, repetition, and consistency are the antidotes. Master these, and procrastination loses its grip entirely. Procrastination often disguises itself as busyness. People fill their time with low-value tasks to avoid what really matters. Checking emails repeatedly, scrolling social media, or tidying unnecessary things gives a false sense of productivity. The key is to differentiate between activity and progress. Focus on actions that move you toward your goals and eliminate time wasters. Self-awareness is critical. Notice the moments when you hesitate or delay. Ask yourself, why am I avoiding this? Often procrastination is tied to emotions, fear, boredom, or self-doubt. Naming the emotion allows you to detach from it and act deliberately. Action in spite of emotion is the cornerstone of discipline. Create a priority system. Not all tasks are equally important. Identify the most impactful tasks and tackle them first. Often, people procrastinate on meaningful work because it feels difficult or uncertain. By prioritizing high-value actions, you focus your energy on what truly matters, and procrastination loses its influence. Accountability doubles the effect. Share your goals with a trusted person or maintain a visible log. When someone else observes your actions, internal resistance decreases. You'll find yourself moving forward simply to uphold your commitment, even when motivation wanes. Break large projects into manageable milestones. Each milestone creates a sense of achievement, reducing overwhelm and increasing momentum. Momentum is crucial because starting is always the hardest part. Once you move, even slightly, your brain perceives progress, and further action becomes easier. Reward progress strategically. Every completed step reinforces action and weakens the habit of delay. Recognize small wins privately or publicly. Both work to condition your brain to value progress over avoidance. Over time, the habit of acting consistently outweighs the temptation to procrastinate. Understand the psychological principle of temptation bundling. Pair an action you might resist with something enjoyable. For example, listen to a favorite podcast while exercising or enjoy a treat only after completing a task. This technique leverages reward to reduce avoidance and strengthen consistency. Finally, accept imperfection. Waiting for perfect conditions or flawless execution is a form of procrastination. Start imperfectly, learn, and adjust along the way. Action breeds clarity and confidence. Delay breeds doubt and stagnation. Consistent action, not perfect action, is the path to overcoming procrastination. Another essential principle in overcoming procrastination is start before you feel ready. Most people wait for the right moment or the perfect mood to act. But the perfect moment rarely comes. Action itself creates readiness. Begin, even imperfectly, and momentum will follow. Starting is often the hardest part, but it's the single most effective way to defeat procrastination. Mindset matters greatly. Reframe tasks in terms of opportunities rather than obligations. Instead of thinking, I have to do this, say, I choose to do this because it moves me forward. Shifting the perspective reduces resistance and transforms action into a conscious choice, empowering you rather than burdening you. Time management techniques can also reduce procrastination. Use time blocking, scheduling focus sessions dedicated to specific tasks. During these sessions, eliminate distractions and fully commit. This structure creates urgency and trains your brain to work in concentrated bursts, reducing the tendency to delay. The principle of 2-minute action is powerful for breaking initial resistance. If a task can be started or partially completed in 2 minutes, do it immediately. Often, the hardest part is simply beginning. Once you start, completing the task or continuing becomes much easier. Emotional regulation supports action as well. Procrastination is often fueled by uncomfortable emotions, fear, anxiety, or self-doubt. Learn to act despite these feelings. Notice them, accept them, and move forward. Over time, you build emotional resilience, making procrastination less effective. Accountability is another key factor. Share your goals, track progress, or maintain visible streaks. External accountability amplifies internal discipline. When you know someone else is observing or tracking your progress, your commitment strengthens and procrastination loses its grip. Another strategy is progressive deadlines. Instead of waiting for a distant due date, set mini deadlines for small portions of a project. Breaking work into time-bound segments creates a sense of urgency and prevents overwhelming tasks from becoming paralyzing. Finally, reflection and reward are crucial. Each time you act despite resistance, acknowledge it. Celebrate progress, internalize achievement, and reinforce the habit. Over time, consistent action forms a self-reinforcing loop. The more you act, the easier action becomes, and procrastination gradually disappears from your life. Now let's summarize the ultimate approach to defeating procrastination. It combines awareness, structure, and action. Start by identifying the underlying emotional triggers: fear, doubt, overwhelm, or boredom. Naming these feelings allows you to detach from them and act deliberately rather than reactively. Break large projects into manageable chunks. Each small step reduces psychological resistance and builds momentum. Momentum is critical because starting is often the hardest part. Once you act, even minimally, your brain perceives progress, motivating further action. Implement structured routines. Time blocks, daily rituals, and pre-committed schedules remove reliance on motivation. When action becomes habitual, procrastination loses power. Consistency is more important than perfection. Missing a day is acceptable as long as you return immediately to the routine. Leverage accountability and reward. External accountability, whether through mentors, peers, or visible progress tracking, strengthens commitment. Internal rewards like acknowledging progress or small celebrations reinforce the habit of action. Together, these tools build discipline and reduce the appeal of delay. Use start before you feel ready and the 2-minute rule to eliminate hesitation. Begin tasks immediately, even in small increments. Action generates momentum, which reduces resistance and builds confidence. Waiting for the perfect moment only reinforces procrastination. Reframe tasks as opportunities rather than obligations. Shifting perspective changes the emotional experience of action, making it empowering rather than burdensome. Combine this mindset with visualization. Imagine completing the task efficiently and confidently. Visualization prepares your brain, reduces fear, and increases the likelihood of follow-through. Finally, embrace imperfection and continuous progress. Procrastination thrives on the illusion of needing perfection before action. Real growth comes from consistent action, learning, and adjustment along the way. Each completed task, no matter how small, reinforces your identity as someone who acts decisively, builds momentum, and overcomes avoidance. Overcoming procrastination is not about eliminating discomfort. It's about acting despite it. When you master this skill, you reclaim lost time, energy, and potential. You take control of your actions rather than being controlled by fleeting feelings or distractions. Momentum, action, and consistency become your allies, and procrastination loses its power permanently. Self-confidence is the foundation of all success. Without it, even the most talented and skilled individuals hesitate, procrastinate, and doubt themselves. Building self-confidence is not about arrogance or pretending to be someone you're not. It's about developing a deep, unshakable belief in your ability to handle challenges and achieve goals. The first step in building confidence is self-awareness. Understand your strengths, weaknesses, and unique abilities. Take time to reflect on past achievements, skills acquired, and challenges overcome. Recognizing your past successes builds a foundation for believing in your future potential. Another key principle is action over waiting for permission. Confidence grows when you act, even imperfectly. Waiting for the right time or approval from others fosters doubt. Each action you take, despite fear or uncertainty, reinforces your belief in yourself. Confidence is built by doing, not by imagining. Set achievable goals and celebrate progress. Confidence is not developed overnight. Start with small, measurable actions that you can consistently accomplish. Each completed task, no matter how minor, reinforces the narrative, "I can handle this." Over time, these small wins compound into significant self-belief. Visualization is a powerful tool. Mentally rehearse success in challenging situations. Imagine speaking confidently, handling pressure calmly, or achieving a goal efficiently. Your brain responds to these vivid scenarios as though they were real, increasing readiness and reducing fear when faced with the actual situation. Body language also impacts self-confidence. Stand tall, maintain eye contact, and use open gestures. Your body signals your mind. Confident posture can trick your brain into feeling more self-assured. Simple adjustments in how you carry yourself influence perception, both your own and others. Positive self-talk reinforces confidence. Replace thoughts like, "I can't do this," with statements like, "I can handle this challenge." Your inner dialogue shapes belief. Repeating empowering phrases strengthens neural pathways, making confidence your default response in uncertain situations. Preparation fuels confidence. The more prepared you are, the less room there is for doubt. Whether it's a presentation, a meeting, or learning a new skill, mastery of details increases your belief in your capability. Confidence grows when competence is evident. Finally, embrace failure as a teacher, not a threat. Every mistake is a learning opportunity. People with strong self-confidence don't avoid challenges. They approach them knowing that even if they fail, they will learn, adapt, and improve. This mindset reduces fear and strengthens long-term confidence. Now let's explore practical strategies to strengthen self-confidence daily. One of the most effective methods is consistent skill development. Confidence grows when competence grows. Invest time in learning, practicing, and mastering the skills that matter most in your life. Every improvement reinforces your belief in your abilities. Another crucial strategy is stepping out of your comfort zone regularly. Growth happens when you face challenges that feel uncomfortable or intimidating. Each time you act despite fear, your brain rewires itself to accept challenge as normal. Confidence is strengthened not by avoiding difficulty, but by repeatedly overcoming it. Social interactions also influence self-confidence. Surround yourself with supportive, like-minded individuals who encourage growth and celebrate effort. Avoid negative influences that undermine belief in your abilities. Your environment shapes your self-perception, and positive reinforcement accelerates confidence building. Maintain a record of accomplishments. Keep a journal or list of successes, big or small. During moments of self-doubt, review this record. Seeing tangible evidence of your capability reinforces self-belief and reminds you of your track record of achievement. Affirmations enhance confidence when practiced consistently. Daily statements like, "I am capable," "I can handle challenges," or "I trust my decisions" help train the mind to internalize belief. Pair affirmations with visualization to amplify their effect, imagining yourself performing confidently in real-life scenarios. Resilience is key. Confidence is not the absence of fear. It's acting in spite of fear. When setbacks occur, analyze what went wrong, extract lessons, and move forward. This iterative process strengthens your belief in your ability to handle adversity, which is the essence of enduring self-confidence. Physical and mental health also play a significant role. Regular exercise, sufficient sleep, and proper nutrition improve energy levels, focus, and mood. When you feel physically strong and mentally clear, your sense of self-assurance naturally increases. Finally, practice graceful self-expression. Speak clearly, maintain composure under pressure, and communicate assertively. Confidence is communicated as much through behavior as through internal belief. The way you carry yourself sends signals to your mind and others, reinforcing your self-perception. By integrating skill development, facing challenges, fostering positive environments, and practicing self-affirmation, you gradually cultivate a resilient, unshakable confidence. It becomes less about external validation and more about an internal assurance that you can handle whatever life presents. Let's dive deeper into advanced strategies to solidify self-confidence. One often overlooked method is preparation paired with visualization. Before tackling a challenge, visualize each step in detail, how you will act, respond, and succeed. Preparation reduces uncertainty, while visualization trains your mind to respond with assurance, even under pressure. Confidence is also shaped by decision-making practice. Indecision weakens belief in yourself. Start making small decisions quickly and intentionally. Over time, your brain develops a habit of trusting your judgment. Each correct decision reinforces the belief, "I am capable of handling choices responsibly." Handling criticism is another key aspect. Confident people distinguish between constructive feedback and personal attacks. Listen objectively, extract lessons, and act to improve. Don't internalize negativity. The ability to accept critique without losing belief strengthens your self-assurance and resilience. Body language mastery reinforces confidence externally and internally. Maintain an upright posture, relaxed shoulders, and eye contact. Use gestures that convey control and openness. The mind responds to the signals sent by your body, so acting confident helps you feel confident. Set ambitious yet achievable goals. Stretching beyond comfort zones fuels growth and self-belief. Each milestone achieved, especially challenging ones, reinforces the understanding that you can handle progressively bigger tasks. Avoid overextending initially. Incremental progress ensures sustained confidence. Social competence contributes significantly. Effective communication, active listening, and empathy increase confidence in interactions. When you can navigate conversations smoothly and build rapport, your belief in social abilities grows, which spills over into other areas of life. Daily reflection solidifies gains. Review your actions, note successes, and recognize areas for improvement without judgment. Reflection transforms experiences into lessons, strengthening your internal belief system. Confidence is built not only by doing, but by consciously understanding how your actions contribute to growth. Finally, act with consistency. Confidence is like a muscle. It strengthens with repeated practice. The more you face challenges, make decisions, express yourself, and reflect, the stronger it becomes. Over time, self-assurance becomes an internal baseline rather than a fluctuating reaction to circumstances. Mastering self-confidence is not a one-time achievement. It's an ongoing process of growth, action, reflection, and reinforcement. By cultivating competence, resilience, and self-awareness, you create a stable foundation for enduring self-belief that empowers all aspects of life. Now, let's explore the role of habit formation in self-confidence. Confidence is reinforced every time you act in alignment with your goals. Developing daily habits that challenge you, improve your skills, and push you slightly outside your comfort zone strengthens the neural pathways that support self-assured behavior. Consistency is key. Small, repeated actions, like speaking up in meetings, taking on responsibility, or learning new skills, compound over time. The brain internalizes these behaviors, and gradually, confidence becomes automatic. You no longer have to force belief. It grows naturally from repeated experience. Accountability accelerates growth. Sharing goals with a trusted mentor, coach, or peer group ensures you maintain progress even when motivation dips. When your actions are tracked or observed, your internal discipline is reinforced. Accountability turns intention into consistent execution, which strengthens confidence. Overcoming fear is another central aspect. Fear of failure, judgment, or rejection often erodes self-belief. To counteract it, take calculated risks regularly. Each time you face a fear and act regardless, your brain rewires, reducing the perceived threat and increasing your sense of capability. Action over fear is a powerful confidence multiplier. Mindset is equally crucial. Adopt a growth mindset. View challenges as opportunities to learn rather than threats. Recognize that mistakes are part of the journey, not a reflection of your worth. When you perceive setbacks as temporary and solvable, confidence remains intact even under pressure. Positive reinforcement strengthens belief. Celebrate small wins and progress, no matter how minor. Recognition of achievement, even privately, signals to your brain that your efforts are effective, reinforcing the cycle of action and confidence. Social skills amplify self-confidence. Practice clear communication, active listening, and assertiveness. Interpersonal success builds belief in your social competence, which generalizes to confidence in other areas. Confident interactions create a feedback loop. Others respond positively, further enhancing self-belief. Finally, reflection solidifies growth. Regularly review your achievements, decisions, and progress. Understand how your actions contribute to your development. Reflection ensures that confidence is grounded in real evidence, not just wishful thinking. Building self-confidence is a lifelong journey. It's cultivated through action, reflection, habit, and mindset. Each challenge faced, skill developed, and fear overcome strengthens your belief in yourself, creating a resilient foundation for success in every aspect of life. Now we focus on integrating everything into a daily confidence-building system. Confidence is not developed overnight. It grows steadily through intentional actions and reflection. Start each day with a small ritual that reinforces your belief in yourself. This could include affirmations, visualization, reviewing goals, or recalling past successes. Action is the core of confidence. Each time you take steps toward a goal, you reinforce the narrative. I am capable. Even when actions are imperfect, the act of doing matters more than flawless execution. Momentum, built through consistent action, is the backbone of self-belief. Face challenges deliberately. Avoiding difficult tasks or situations reinforces doubt. Confronting fears, making decisions, and taking responsibility, even in uncomfortable scenarios, strengthens your sense of competence. Each successful encounter adds a layer of resilience and belief. Track progress meticulously. Keep a journal or log of accomplishments and lessons learned. Reviewing this record during moments of doubt reminds you of your capability and growth. Tangible evidence of achievement builds self-confidence far more reliably than abstract thoughts or intentions. Surround yourself with positivity. Supportive relationships, encouraging mentors, and constructive feedback accelerate growth. Avoid environments or individuals that drain energy or undermine self-belief. Confidence flourishes where encouragement and accountability exist. Physical habits affect mental state. Exercise, posture, and energy management play a role in self-assurance. A strong, healthy body reinforces a strong, confident mind. The way you carry yourself influences both your internal belief and how others perceive you, creating a reinforcing cycle. Reflect daily on lessons learned and improvements made. Self-confidence grows not just from action, but from understanding and internalizing progress. Reflection allows you to extract meaning, celebrate wins, and identify opportunities for further growth. Finally, embrace lifelong learning. Confidence is fueled by competence, continuously improving skills, gaining knowledge, and stepping beyond your comfort zone ensures that your self-belief is rooted in ability. As you grow, your confidence grows alongside you. By combining reflection, action, habit, resilience, and continual growth, you create a self-reinforcing system of confidence. Over time, belief in yourself becomes automatic, enabling you to face challenges, seize opportunities, and act decisively in every aspect of life. Willpower is the ability to control impulses, delay gratification, and act in alignment with long-term goals. It is often misunderstood as sheer force of effort, but true willpower is cultivated through strategy, habit, and self-awareness. Developing willpower transforms not only actions, but also your identity and mindset. The first step in building willpower is self-awareness. Identify situations where you tend to give in to impulses or distractions. Track triggers, emotional states, and circumstances that weaken your control. Understanding these patterns is the foundation for targeted improvement. Next, focus on small wins. Willpower strengthens like a muscle. Repeated effort in manageable doses builds capacity over time. Begin with simple commitments, resisting minor temptations, sticking to a brief daily routine, or completing a short task despite distraction. Each success reinforces your ability to exert self-control. Energy management is critical. Willpower is not infinite. It diminishes with fatigue, stress, and poor nutrition. Protect your mental and physical energy. Sleep well, eat healthily, and schedule demanding decisions during periods of peak focus. By conserving energy, you increase your ability to act with discipline consistently. Environment design plays a powerful role. Reduce exposure to temptations and distractions. Remove cues that trigger impulsive behavior and replace them with prompts that encourage action aligned with your goals. The environment becomes a silent partner in strengthening willpower. Another key strategy is pre-commitment. Decide in advance how you will act in challenging situations. Commit to deadlines, actions, or boundaries that limit the opportunity for impulsive decisions. Pre-commitment reduces reliance on momentary motivation and strengthens consistency. Practice mindful decision-making. Pause before reacting to impulses. Ask yourself, does this action serve my long-term goals? Awareness of choice increases control and prevents automatic, counterproductive behaviors. Over time, deliberate thinking becomes habitual, reinforcing willpower. Reward and reflection are essential. Recognize each act of self-control and evaluate its impact. Positive reinforcement strengthens neural pathways associated with discipline, while reflection ensures that learning and growth accompany every challenge. Finally, understand that willpower is cumulative. Consistency matters more than intensity. Repeated practice, small victories, and conscious effort compound over time, transforming self-discipline from effortful struggle into natural behavior. Let's delve deeper into practical strategies for strengthening willpower. One of the most effective methods is habit stacking, pairing a new discipline-building action with an established routine. For example, after brushing your teeth in the morning, commit to 5 minutes of meditation. Linking new actions to existing habits reduces friction and makes willpower easier to sustain. Another essential principle is delayed gratification. Willpower grows when you practice resisting immediate rewards in favor of long-term benefits. Start small. Resist the urge to check your phone. Skip a small indulgence, or postpone a minor pleasure. Over time, these micro-exercises train your brain to prioritize meaningful outcomes over short-term impulses. Self-monitoring amplifies effectiveness. Keep a log of decisions, resistances, and actions. Tracking successes and failures creates accountability, provides insight into patterns, and reinforces your ability to act deliberately. Seeing tangible evidence of progress strengthens belief in your capacity for self-control. Set clear, specific goals. Vague intentions weaken willpower because they lack structure. Instead of saying, "I want to eat healthier," define actionable steps. I will eat 2 servings of vegetables at lunch and dinner. Concrete actions reduce ambiguity, making discipline measurable and achievable. Energy conservation is critical. Willpower is limited each day. It depletes with excessive decision-making, stress, or fatigue. Prioritize important decisions, automate routine actions, and simplify choices wherever possible. By managing energy, you increase your capacity for sustained self-control. Use visualization to reinforce desired behaviors. Imagine yourself resisting temptation, completing tasks, or acting with discipline. Mental rehearsal strengthens neural pathways, making actual execution easier. Visualization paired with action creates a feedback loop that compounds willpower over time. Mindset shifts are equally vital. View challenges as opportunities to exercise control rather than threats. Embrace discomfort as a signal of growth. Each moment you act despite resistance reinforces your self-image as a disciplined, capable individual. Willpower is strengthened by identity, not just isolated effort. Finally, embrace gradual progression. Willpower is not built through extreme deprivation or sudden change. Start small, maintain consistency, and gradually increase the challenge. Incremental progress ensures sustainability, reduces burnout, and builds an unshakable foundation of self-discipline. Now let's focus on handling setbacks while developing willpower. Setbacks are inevitable. Everyone encounters moments of weakness, distraction, or failure. The key is how you respond. Avoid self-criticism or giving up entirely. Instead, analyze what went wrong, learn the lesson, and recommit immediately. Resilience amplifies willpower far more than perfection ever could. Another strategy is environmental control. Surround yourself with cues that reinforce discipline and remove triggers that encourage impulsive behavior. For instance, if you're trying to eat healthier, remove junk food from your kitchen. If you are aiming to focus on work, limit notifications and social media access. Your environment either supports your self-control or undermines it. Design it wisely. Mindful awareness strengthens willpower significantly. Notice urges as they arise without immediately acting on them. Pause, breathe, and ask, does this serve my long-term goal? This pause creates a moment of choice, allowing your higher reasoning to guide action rather than automatic impulses. In addition, leverage accountability partners. Sharing goals, tracking progress, or having someone check in with you creates external reinforcement. Knowing someone else is observing your commitment strengthens resolve and makes it easier to resist temptations or distractions. Gradual self-reward can reinforce willpower. Recognize and celebrate when you resist impulses, complete tasks, or stick to routines. Rewarding yourself strategically conditions your brain to associate self-control with positive outcomes. This reinforcement strengthens neural pathways that support discipline. Another essential aspect is limiting decision fatigue. Willpower is depleted when too many choices are made throughout the day. Automate repetitive decisions, simplify routines, and prioritize high-impact choices for peak energy periods. Conserved energy allows you to exert control when it matters most. Focus on identity-based discipline. Instead of framing willpower as I must do this, adopt the mindset, I am a disciplined, capable person. When actions are aligned with identity, they become automatic, and self-control strengthens naturally. Your identity drives behavior far more effectively than rules or external pressure. Finally, remember that building willpower is a long-term journey. Consistency, reflection, gradual challenges, and strategic reinforcement compound over time. Each act of control, no matter how small, strengthens your ability to act decisively and intentionally, creating a foundation for personal and professional success. Let's explore strategies for sustaining willpower over time. Willpower is like a muscle. It grows stronger with consistent use, but can fatigue if overextended. To maintain peak self-control, plan your most demanding tasks during high-energy periods. Avoid multitasking or excessive decision-making when your mental resources are low. Habit formation is critical. By converting challenging actions into automatic routines, You conserve willpower for new or unpredictable situations. For example, establishing a consistent morning routine reduces the number of decisions needed early in the day, allowing your energy to focus on higher priority actions. Visualization remains a powerful tool. Mentally rehearse difficult situations, imagining yourself acting with discipline and resisting temptation. Visualization primes your brain for action, increasing the likelihood that you will respond with willpower when the moment arises. Self-monitoring and reflection amplify effectiveness. Track daily behaviors, note successes and failures, and reflect on lessons learned. Understanding patterns and outcomes allows you to adjust strategies, reinforce positive actions, and correct mistakes. Reflection strengthens intentionality and reduces the influence of automatic impulses. Incorporate gradual escalation of challenges. Start with small acts of self-control and progressively increase difficulty. Resisting minor temptations, completing short tasks, or delaying small pleasures trains the brain to handle increasingly significant challenges without collapsing under pressure. Mindset plays a central role. Frame willpower as a skill you are actively improving rather than a fixed trait. Embrace setbacks as learning opportunities and view challenges as practice for growth. A growth-oriented mindset turns moments of temptation into exercises for strengthening self-control. Accountability continues to be vital. Partners, mentors, or support groups provide external reinforcement. Sharing your intentions and progress encourages follow-through, especially during difficult tasks. When someone else is observing your actions, you are more likely to uphold discipline consistently. Finally, reward and reinforce positive behaviors. Every act of self-control, no matter how small, should be acknowledged. Positive reinforcement strengthens neural pathways associated with willpower, making discipline habitual rather than forced. Over time, sustained practice transforms willpower from effortful control into natural, automatic behavior. Now let's summarize the ultimate approach to cultivating lasting willpower. Willpower is not simply about resisting temptation in the moment. It's about creating a life structure that makes disciplined action easier, automatic, and consistent. Start with routine mastery. Establish daily habits that align with your goals. Habits reduce reliance on momentary motivation and conserve mental energy. By automating productive behaviors, you free willpower to focus on challenges that require conscious control. Energy management is crucial. Fatigue, stress, and poor nutrition deplete self-control. Schedule demanding tasks during peak energy periods, prioritize rest, and maintain physical health. A well-rested and nourished body directly supports mental resilience and self-discipline. Use environmental design strategically. Remove distractions and temptations that trigger impulses. Introduce cues that prompt productive behavior. A carefully designed environment minimizes decision fatigue and allows you to act in alignment with your long-term goals effortlessly. Practice incremental progress. Start with small, manageable actions and gradually increase difficulty. Each success builds confidence and strengthens the neural pathways for self-control. Over time, these small victories compound, creating a strong foundation for sustained willpower. Mindset matters profoundly. Frame challenges as opportunities to exercise control rather than obstacles. Accept setbacks as temporary learning experiences, not failures. Viewing willpower as a skill rather than a fixed trait encourages continuous growth and resilience. Accountability reinforces progress, whether through mentors, peers, or self-monitoring systems. External checks increase adherence to disciplined behaviors. Knowing someone is observing your commitments makes it easier to resist impulses and follow through consistently. Reward and reflection finalize the system. Acknowledge achievements, no matter how minor, and reflect on lessons learned from setbacks. Positive reinforcement solidifies habits, while reflection ensures continual improvement. This combination turns effortful control into automatic, habitual discipline. By integrating habits, energy management, environment design, incremental challenges, mindset, accountability, and reinforcement, you create a self-reinforcing system of willpower. Over time, your ability to act decisively, resist temptations, and stay committed to long-term goals becomes instinctive. Willpower becomes not a battle, but a natural part of your identity. Focus is the cornerstone of productivity, achievement, and personal growth. Without focus, even the most disciplined plans fail. Mastering focus means training your mind to prioritize important tasks, ignore distractions, and sustain attention on high-value activities. The first step is awareness of distractions. Modern life is full of interruptions: social media, notifications, emails, and multitasking temptations. Notice what pulls your attention away and acknowledge patterns that lead to lost focus. Understanding these triggers allows you to design strategies to counter them. Environment design is crucial. A cluttered workspace or noisy surroundings reduce concentration. Create a dedicated space for focused work, free from distractions. Minimalist setups, proper lighting, and comfortable seating support sustained attention and productivity. Time management complements focus. Use time-blocking techniques to allocate dedicated periods for specific tasks. During these blocks, eliminate interruptions, silence notifications, and commit fully. Structured intervals train your brain to concentrate, gradually extending attention span. The Pomodoro technique is another effective tool. Work in focused bursts, typically 25-50 minutes, followed by a short break. This method leverages urgency and prevents mental fatigue, allowing sustained concentration over longer periods. Each focused interval reinforces the habit of attention. Mindfulness enhances focus. Practice being fully present in the task at hand. Notice wandering thoughts without judgment and gently redirect attention. Mindfulness meditation strengthens neural pathways associated with concentration, improving your ability to sustain focus during challenging tasks. Energy management supports sustained attention. Fatigue, hunger, or stress erode concentration. Schedule demanding tasks when energy levels peak and incorporate breaks to maintain clarity. A well-rested, nourished, and calm mind performs at its highest level. Goal clarity is essential. Clearly defined objectives guide focus. When tasks have specific outcomes and actionable steps, your mind prioritizes attention naturally. Vague or ambiguous tasks increase mental friction, making concentration more difficult. Finally, practice deliberate focus daily. Start small, gradually increase duration, and eliminate unnecessary distractions. Each focused session strengthens attention, builds mental endurance, and trains the brain to sustain clarity under pressure. Let's dive deeper into advanced focus strategies. One key method is single tasking. Multitasking splits attention and reduces efficiency. Concentrate on one task at a time, giving it your full cognitive resources. Completing tasks sequentially strengthens your ability to maintain prolonged attention and improves quality of work. Another effective approach is priority management. Identify high-impact tasks that align with your goals and tackle them first. Low-value tasks or distractions should be minimized or delegated. By focusing on what truly matters, you ensure that your attention yields meaningful results rather than scattered effort. Digital discipline is essential. Social media, notifications, and constant alerts fragment focus. Use tools to block distracting websites or mute notifications during focused work sessions. Limiting digital interruptions creates a mental environment conducive to deep concentration. The power of rituals and cues should not be underestimated. Establishing pre-focus routines signals your brain that it's time to concentrate. Simple actions like arranging your desk, putting on headphones, or reviewing a task list prime the mind for sustained attention and reduce resistance to starting. Mental clarity enhances focus. Journaling or brain dumping can remove unnecessary thoughts that clutter the mind. Writing down worries, tasks, or ideas before starting work clears mental space, allowing undivided attention on the present task. Focus is also strengthened through progressive challenge. Gradually increase the complexity or duration of tasks requiring attention. Start with short, manageable periods of concentration and expand over time. Incremental growth builds endurance, resilience, and mental stamina. Motivation and purpose amplify focus naturally. When a task is meaningful and connected to long-term goals, the brain prioritizes attention. Clarify why each activity matters and how it contributes to your broader objectives. Meaning creates intrinsic drive, reducing susceptibility to distraction. Finally, reflection and adjustment solidify gains. At the end of each focus session, review what worked, what distracted you, and how to improve. Continuous refinement of your focus strategy ensures sustained progress and sharpens your ability to concentrate even under challenging circumstances. Now, let's explore the role of mental discipline and cognitive training in mastering focus. The brain, like a muscle, grows stronger with exercise. Activities such as meditation, puzzle solving, and memory exercises improve attention span, reduce susceptibility to distraction, and enhance mental endurance. A key strategy is deliberate practice. Choose tasks that challenge your concentration and push your cognitive limits. By engaging in work that requires sustained attention, you train your mind to resist interruptions and maintain clarity under pressure. Consistency is critical. Focus improves gradually through regular practice. Environmental consistency reinforces attention. Designate specific spaces for different types of work. A quiet corner for deep work. A separate area for casual tasks. Over time, the brain associates these environments with specific mental states, making concentration easier to achieve on demand. Breaks are essential for maintaining peak focus. Use strategic intervals to rest your mind, recharge energy, and prevent cognitive fatigue. Short pauses, stretching, or brief walks allow the brain to reset, resulting in more effective and sustained attention during work periods. Another method is goal chunking. Break large tasks into smaller, manageable components. Each completed segment provides a sense of accomplishment, reinforcing motivation and maintaining focus. The brain handles attention more effectively when tasks are structured and achievable. Attention cues further enhance focus. Visual, auditory, or temporal markers can signal the start and end of a focused session. For example, a timer, specific music, or even a ritual gesture signals the brain to enter a state of concentrated work, improving mental readiness and efficiency. Cognitive load management is crucial. Avoid overloading the brain with simultaneous demands. Prioritize tasks based on importance and energy levels. Simplifying complex problems into step-by-step actions reduces mental friction and allows sustained attention on critical objectives. Finally, cultivate mindful awareness. Notice when attention drifts and gently redirect it to the task at hand. Mindfulness reduces habitual distraction, increases self-regulation, and strengthens the brain's ability to maintain focus even under pressure. By combining deliberate practice, environmental design, breaks, goal chunking, attention cues, cognitive load management, and mindfulness, you gradually develop unshakable focus. Mastering attention becomes not just a skill, but a natural state that drives productivity, learning, and personal growth. Let's dive into advanced focus techniques that create sustained high performance. One powerful method is deep work sessions. These are extended periods of uninterrupted, high concentration activity dedicated to your most important tasks. Deep work minimizes distraction and maximizes cognitive output. Start each deep work session with a clear objective. Knowing exactly what you want to achieve helps your brain filter out irrelevant information. Vague intentions invite wandering attention. Specify the task, desired outcome, and time frame to increase focus efficiency. Eliminate decision fatigue. Pre-plan your sessions by deciding in advance what tasks to tackle and the sequence. Automate minor decisions to conserve mental energy for high-impact work. The more choices you remove, the more cognitive resources remain for concentrated effort. Environmental triggers reinforce focus. Maintain a consistent workspace. Use noise-canceling headphones or ambient music that signals concentration. Your brain learns to associate these cues with attention, making it easier to enter a focused state consistently. Use time-bound challenges to enhance urgency. Deadlines, even self-imposed, sharpen attention by creating a clear endpoint. When your brain senses a limited window to complete a task, it naturally filters distractions and increases engagement with the activity. Mindset and self-talk impact attention. Replace thoughts like, "I can't focus," with affirmations such as, "I am fully present in this task." Positive mental framing reduces resistance and encourages prolonged concentration. Confidence in your ability to maintain attention reinforces focus naturally. Regular reflection and adjustment improve outcomes. After each session, review what enhanced focus and what caused lapses. Adjust strategies accordingly, experimenting with different cues, timings, or techniques. Continuous improvement strengthens focus efficiency and sustainability over time. Finally, practice incremental difficulty escalation. Gradually extend session length, increase task complexity, or reduce supportive cues. This challenges the mind to adapt, building mental endurance and the ability to sustain focus even under demanding conditions. By integrating deep work, clear objectives, decision management, environmental triggers, time-bound challenges, positive self-talk, reflection, and incremental escalation, you create a system for mastering focus. Sustained attention becomes second nature, enhancing productivity, learning, and long-term achievement. Now let's focus on integrating all focus strategies into a daily attention system. Mastering focus is less about occasional bursts of effort and more about creating consistent habits that train your mind over time. Start each day by setting clear intentions for what requires your undivided attention. Use priority-based planning. Identify the most important tasks and schedule them during periods of peak energy. By aligning mental effort with task significance, you maximize effectiveness and reduce wasted attention on low-value activities. Rituals and routines reinforce focus automatically. Begin sessions with a consistent pre-focus routine, clearing the workspace, reviewing goals, or a brief meditation. These rituals signal the brain that it's time to concentrate, making it easier to enter a high-focus state quickly. Break management is essential. Periodically step away from tasks to recharge. Short walks, stretching, or mindfulness exercises reset mental resources. Over time, these breaks increase overall productivity and prevent burnout, allowing sustained concentration across longer periods. Environmental optimization continues to play a crucial role. Maintain a distraction-free workspace, eliminate unnecessary notifications, and control lighting and sound. A well-designed environment supports attention and reduces the cognitive load required to resist distractions. Mindset cultivation strengthens focus. Approach tasks with curiosity, purpose, and commitment. View distractions as training opportunities. Each time you redirect your attention, you reinforce the neural pathways for sustained concentration. Celebrate small victories to encourage consistent effort. Integrate reflection and feedback into your system. At the end of each day, review your focus sessions, evaluate what worked, and identify lapses. Use these insights to adjust strategies, improve routines, and strengthen mental discipline over time. Finally, long-term focus mastery comes from cumulative practice. The combination of structured routines, environmental control, energy management, mindfulness, deliberate practice, and reflection transforms focus from effortful concentration into an automatic skill. Sustained attention becomes your default state, driving productivity, learning, and meaningful achievement consistently. Time is the most valuable resource, yet most people struggle to manage it effectively. Time management is not about doing more, but about doing what truly matters. Mastering your time allows you to accomplish goals, reduce stress, and create space for growth and personal fulfillment. The first step is awareness of how time is spent. Track your daily activities for a week. Note where time leaks occur. Social media, unnecessary meetings, distractions, or low-priority tasks. Awareness reveals patterns and areas for improvement, forming the foundation for effective time management. Prioritization is key. Not all tasks hold equal value. Use frameworks like the Eisenhower matrix to separate urgent and important tasks from trivial ones. Focus on high-impact activities that drive progress, while minimizing time spent on low-value actions. Planning is essential. Begin each day with a clear schedule. Allocate specific time blocks for focused work, breaks, and essential tasks. Time blocking reduces decision fatigue and ensures important activities receive dedicated attention. Set achievable goals. Break larger objectives into smaller, actionable tasks. Each completed step provides a sense of accomplishment and momentum. Clarity of action prevents overwhelm and maximizes productivity. Eliminate distractions to protect your focus. Digital notifications, background noise, and multitasking erode efficiency. Create a workspace that minimizes interruptions. Use tools or apps to block distractions during high-priority sessions. Delegation and outsourcing are powerful strategies. Recognize tasks that others can perform, allowing you to focus on high-value activities that require your expertise. Effective delegation frees mental energy and time for strategic actions. Batching similar tasks enhances efficiency. Grouping emails, calls, or administrative tasks together reduces context switching, allowing the brain to operate in a focused state. Batching saves time and reduces cognitive fatigue. Finally, practice reflection and adjustment. At the end of each day or week, review accomplishments, evaluate how time was spent, and refine plans. Continuous assessment ensures improvement and helps you reclaim wasted time, gradually mastering the ability to manage hours effectively. Now let's dive deeper into advanced time management strategies. One of the most effective techniques is the Pomodoro technique. Work in focused intervals, typically 25-50 minutes, followed by a short break. This method maximizes attention, reduces fatigue, and trains your brain to maintain productivity in structured bursts. Goal alignment is crucial. Ensure your daily tasks contribute directly to your long-term objectives. Tasks that do not support your goals should be minimized, delegated, or eliminated. Focusing on high-impact activities ensures your efforts generate meaningful results. Prioritization frameworks help organize tasks efficiently. The Eisenhower matrix divides tasks into 4 quadrants: urgent and important, important but not urgent, urgent but not important, and neither urgent nor important. Focus primarily on the first 2 categories to maximize productivity and reduce stress. Batch similar tasks to reduce context switching. Handling emails, calls, or admin work in designated blocks improves efficiency. Context switching consumes mental energy and reduces overall focus. Batching allows for concentrated work, preserving cognitive resources for critical activities. Time auditing is another powerful method. Regularly review how each hour of your day is spent. Identify tasks that are low value, repetitive, or unnecessary. Reallocate time toward high-value actions. Awareness and adjustment are key to mastering time management. Energy management complements time management. Schedule demanding tasks during peak energy periods and simpler, routine work during low-energy times. Aligning your internal rhythm with task difficulty ensures maximum efficiency and prevents burnout. Use pre-planning to start each day intentionally. Decide the top 3 tasks that must be completed and tackle them first. This ensures that essential work is accomplished regardless of unforeseen interruptions. Completing high-priority tasks early boosts confidence and momentum. Reflection and adaptation are vital. At the end of each day, assess accomplishments, challenges, and time usage. Adjust strategies, refine schedules, and optimize routines to continually improve efficiency. Continuous iteration is the hallmark of mastering time management. Now let's explore strategies to overcome procrastination, a major obstacle to effective time management. Procrastination is often fueled by fear, perfectionism, or lack of clarity. To combat it, break tasks into small, actionable steps. The first step is often the hardest. Starting creates momentum. The 2-minute rule is highly effective. If a task takes less than 2 minutes, do it immediately. Completing small tasks instantly reduces mental clutter and prevents buildup of unfinished work. This habit strengthens discipline and keeps your schedule manageable. Set clear deadlines. Open-ended tasks invite delay. Even self-imposed deadlines create urgency and guide action. Time-bound goals help the brain focus, prioritize, and reduce distraction. Treat every deadline seriously, as if external accountability depends on it. Eliminate unnecessary tasks. Not every activity warrants your time. Regularly evaluate your commitments and remove low-value actions. Saying no strategically allows you to devote energy to important objectives and reduces overwhelm. Reward systems enhance motivation. After completing a challenging task, give yourself a small reward. Positive reinforcement conditions the brain to associate completion with satisfaction, increasing willingness to take on future tasks promptly. Planning tools and apps help organize tasks efficiently. Digital or analog planners, calendars, and task managers provide structure, track progress, and remind you of deadlines. Organized systems reduce mental load, enabling better focus on execution. Batching and time blocking complement anti-procrastination efforts. Group similar tasks, allocate focused intervals, and avoid multitasking. These techniques create rhythm, improve efficiency, and reduce mental friction that leads to delay. Finally, cultivate self-awareness and reflection. At the end of each day, evaluate what tasks were completed, which were delayed, and why. Identify triggers for procrastination and adjust strategies accordingly. Awareness plus consistent action builds mastery over both time and productivity. By combining clear goals, small actionable steps, deadlines, elimination of low-value tasks, rewards, planning tools, batching, and reflection, you transform time management from struggle into structured, effective, and efficient daily practice. Now, let's focus on long-term strategies for mastering time management. Effective time management is not just about completing daily tasks. It's about designing systems that consistently align your actions with goals and priorities. Weekly planning is vital. At the start of each week, outline the key objectives, tasks, and milestones. Allocate specific time blocks for each task and anticipate potential challenges. Planning in advance reduces stress, improves clarity, and ensures focused effort throughout the week. Goal hierarchy strengthens time usage. Break long-term goals into quarterly, monthly, and weekly milestones. This hierarchy provides context and meaning to daily tasks. Each completed task contributes to a larger vision, enhancing motivation and preventing wasted effort. Energy alignment is essential. Identify your peak productivity hours and schedule the most demanding tasks during these periods. Reserve less critical or repetitive work for low-energy times. Aligning tasks with natural energy patterns maximizes efficiency and reduces fatigue. Time audits should be conducted periodically. Review how your hours are spent, identify patterns, and pinpoint areas of improvement. Adjust schedules and systems accordingly. Regular auditing keeps your time management dynamic and responsive rather than static and inefficient. Delegation and outsourcing optimize focus. Recognize tasks that others can perform efficiently. By delegating low-impact work, you free yourself to concentrate on high-priority, high-value activities. Delegation not only saves time, but also allows strategic growth in your professional and personal life. Focus rituals reinforce attention. Start work sessions with routines that prime your mind for productivity, clearing the workspace, reviewing tasks, or setting a specific intention. Rituals condition the brain to enter a focused state quickly, reducing procrastination and mental friction. Reflection and adaptation complete the system. At the end of each week, review accomplishments, evaluate setbacks, and adjust plans for the upcoming week. Reflection ensures continuous improvement, reinforcing effective habits and refining strategies for sustained mastery of time management. By combining weekly planning, goal hierarchy, energy alignment, time audits, delegation, focus rituals, and reflection, you create a robust time management system. This system transforms scattered effort into deliberate productive action, enabling consistent progress toward meaningful goals. Let's conclude with mastering time as a lifelong skill. Time management is not a one-time technique. It is a continuous system that evolves with your goals, energy levels, and circumstances. The most successful individuals treat time as a resource to be actively designed, not passively spent. Integration of strategies is key. Combine daily task management, weekly planning, goal hierarchy, energy alignment, and reflection into a seamless system. Each component reinforces the other, creating a self-sustaining cycle of productivity and focus. Flexibility and adaptability are essential. Unexpected events or urgent matters will arise. Adjust schedules without losing sight of priorities. Time management is about control, not rigidity. Adapting while maintaining progress ensures consistent results without unnecessary stress. Boundaries and saying no protect your time. Guard your focus by refusing low-value requests, unnecessary meetings, or distractions. Saying no strategically allows you to dedicate energy to meaningful pursuits, preserving both productivity and mental clarity. Continuous review and refinement strengthen mastery. Regularly assess which strategies work best for your personal rhythm and professional demands. Experiment with techniques like batching, time blocking, and focus rituals, and discard approaches that do not align with your system. Accountability systems enhance consistency. Share your goals with mentors, peers, or tracking tools. External accountability increases adherence to planned tasks and ensures progress even during low motivation periods. Finally, adopt a long-term perspective. Time management is not merely about efficiency. It is about aligning your daily actions with your life vision. When you consistently prioritize what matters, manage energy wisely, and reflect on results, you turn time into a powerful tool for achievement and personal growth. By integrating planning, prioritization, energy alignment, reflection, adaptability, boundaries and accountability, you develop mastery over time. Each day becomes purposeful, each action deliberate, and each goal attainable. Time management transforms from a set of tasks into a way of life, empowering you to achieve more, stress less, and create the outcomes you truly desire. Emotional intelligence, or EQ, is the ability to recognize, understand, and manage your own emotions while effectively navigating the emotions of others. Unlike IQ, which measures cognitive ability, EQ governs your relationships, decision-making, and personal success. Developing emotional intelligence enhances communication, leadership, and resilience in every aspect of life. The first step is self-awareness. Notice your emotions as they arise without judgment. Recognize how feelings influence your thoughts, actions, and interactions. Journaling or reflecting on emotional experiences can help identify patterns and triggers. Self-awareness lays the foundation for conscious emotional management. Next is self-regulation. Once aware of your emotions, learn to control impulsive reactions. Respond deliberately rather than react instinctively. Techniques such as deep breathing, pausing before responding, and reframing situations help maintain composure, reduce stress, and foster rational decision-making. Motivation is a key component of emotional intelligence. Intrinsic motivation, the drive to achieve personal goals without external rewards, enhances resilience, focus, and persistence. Align your actions with your values and long-term objectives to sustain motivation even during challenging circumstances. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, is critical. Observe verbal and nonverbal cues, listen actively, and consider perspectives different from your own. Empathy strengthens relationships, improves conflict resolution, and fosters collaboration. Social skills complement empathy. Effective communication, negotiation, and collaboration depend on emotional intelligence. Develop the ability to influence, inspire, and connect with others. Positive social interactions build trust, credibility, and cooperation in both personal and professional environments. Another aspect is stress management. High emotional intelligence allows you to navigate pressure without losing clarity or composure. Techniques like mindfulness, cognitive reframing, and structured problem-solving help maintain emotional balance during demanding situations. Finally, cultivate emotional resilience. Life presents inevitable challenges, setbacks, and conflicts. By understanding and regulating emotions, practicing empathy, and maintaining perspective, you develop the ability to recover quickly and maintain productivity, positivity, and focus. Mastering emotional intelligence transforms how you relate to yourself and others. It enhances decision-making, strengthens relationships, and supports personal and professional growth. By practicing self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills, you create a foundation for success and fulfillment in every area of life. Let's explore practical strategies to strengthen emotional intelligence. Developing EQ is a continuous process, requiring awareness, practice, and reflection. Start by monitoring your emotional triggers. Notice situations, people, or tasks that evoke strong reactions. Awareness of triggers allows you to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Active listening is essential. When interacting with others, focus fully on the speaker. Avoid interrupting, judging or planning your response while they are talking. Repeat or paraphrase their words to ensure understanding. Active listening fosters empathy, trust, and effective communication. Emotion labeling enhances control. Name the emotions you are experiencing: anger, frustration, excitement, or anxiety. Simply identifying emotions reduces intensity and provides clarity on how to manage them. Labeling allows conscious choices in your responses rather than being driven by uncontrolled feelings. Perspective taking strengthens interpersonal understanding. Consider situations from others' viewpoints. Ask yourself how they might feel, what pressures they face, and what motivates them. Perspective taking improves empathy, reduces conflict, and enables cooperative solutions. Self-regulation techniques include pausing before responding, practicing mindfulness, and cognitive reframing. When triggered, take a deep breath, identify the emotion, and choose a constructive response. This approach minimizes impulsive reactions and maintains relationships while upholding personal values. Motivation alignment is critical. Set personal goals that resonate with your values. Intrinsic motivation fuels persistence, focus, and resilience. Regularly review and adjust your goals to maintain alignment with your evolving priorities and aspirations. Building social skills involves clear communication, constructive feedback, and conflict resolution. Learn to express emotions appropriately, listen actively, and negotiate effectively. Strong social skills enhance collaboration, leadership, and influence in both personal and professional contexts. Finally, emotional reflection reinforces growth. At the end of each day, review your emotional responses, interactions, and decisions. Identify successes, areas for improvement, and lessons learned. Consistent reflection strengthens self-awareness, self-regulation, and emotional resilience over time. By consistently applying self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, motivation, social skills, and reflection, you cultivate high emotional intelligence. This enhances relationships, decision-making, and personal effectiveness, creating a strong foundation for success and fulfillment in all aspects of life. Now let's focus on managing negative emotions effectively. High emotional intelligence does not mean avoiding negative feelings. It means recognizing, understanding, and managing them productively. Anger management is key. When anger arises, pause and assess the cause. Ask yourself, is this worth my energy? Or what outcome do I want? Channel anger into constructive action rather than impulsive reaction. Techniques like deep breathing, journaling, or short walks help diffuse intensity and maintain clarity. Stress control is another critical aspect. Identify stressors, break them into manageable parts, and prioritize responses. Mindfulness exercises, meditation, and physical activity reduce the physiological impact of stress, allowing rational decision-making under pressure. Handling fear and anxiety requires cognitive reframing. Challenge irrational thoughts, evaluate realistic outcomes, and focus on actionable steps. Transform fear from a paralyzing force into motivation for preparation, learning, and growth. Sadness and disappointment should be acknowledged rather than suppressed. Accept emotions, reflect on lessons, and take proactive steps to improve the situation. Emotional intelligence allows you to process feelings without letting them impede decision-making or long-term goals. Building emotional resilience is essential. Life is unpredictable, and setbacks are inevitable. High EQ enables recovery from difficulties. By combining self-awareness, reflection, and adaptive responses, resilience allows you to maintain composure, learn from experiences, and continue forward progress. Interpersonal conflicts test emotional intelligence. Approach disagreements with empathy, active listening, and clear communication. Seek mutually beneficial solutions rather than reacting defensively. Effective conflict resolution strengthens relationships and trust over time. Motivating others is an advanced aspect of EQ. Recognize emotional states in colleagues, friends, or family. Provide encouragement, positive feedback, or guidance tailored to their needs. Emotional attunement increases influence and fosters supportive, collaborative environments. Finally, integrate continuous emotional learning. Observe your emotional responses, seek feedback, and apply insights in daily life. Practice patience, self-reflection, and intentional behavior. Over time, these practices reinforce emotional intelligence, improving personal fulfillment, professional effectiveness, and meaningful relationships. Mastering emotional intelligence allows you to respond thoughtfully, connect deeply, and navigate life with clarity and balance. Now let's explore advanced strategies to strengthen emotional intelligence in daily life. Integrating EQ into routines ensures long-term growth and effectiveness in personal and professional contexts. Regular self-reflection is essential. At the end of each day, review key emotional experiences. Ask yourself, how did I respond? Could I have reacted differently? Reflection reinforces self-awareness, identifies growth areas, and strengthens emotional control. Mindfulness practice deepens emotional understanding. Observe your thoughts and feelings without judgment. Mindfulness increases the ability to notice subtle emotional cues, regulate responses, and maintain clarity under pressure. Daily meditation, breathing exercises, or mindful observation can significantly enhance EQ. Empathy exercises expand relational intelligence. Actively imagine others' perspectives and emotional states. Engage in conversations with curiosity and openness. Listening without judgment and validating feelings strengthens trust and collaboration, building deeper, more meaningful connections. Cognitive reframing is a powerful tool for managing emotions. Shift perspective on challenges or setbacks to focus on learning opportunities rather than failures. Reframing promotes resilience, reduces stress, and encourages proactive problem-solving instead of reactive behavior. Feedback and accountability enhance emotional growth. Seek constructive feedback from peers, mentors, or trusted friends regarding emotional responses, communication style, and interpersonal effectiveness. Use feedback to identify blind spots, refine strategies, and cultivate stronger emotional habits. Goal alignment with emotions increases motivation and focus. Understand what truly matters to you and connect tasks to intrinsic values. Emotional alignment ensures sustained energy, commitment, and perseverance even during difficult or monotonous tasks. Conflict resolution skills are crucial for advanced EQ. Approach disagreements with calm, empathy, and clear expression. Focus on understanding needs, finding common ground, and creating win-win solutions. Effective conflict management strengthens relationships and enhances credibility. Finally, habitual application transforms EQ from theory into practice. Daily conscious practice of self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, social skills, and reflection builds emotional resilience. Over time, responding thoughtfully becomes automatic, enabling balanced, effective, and meaningful interactions in all aspects of life. By consistently applying these strategies, self-reflection, mindfulness, empathy exercises, cognitive reframing, feedback, goal alignment, conflict resolution, and habitual practice, you cultivate high emotional intelligence. This empowers you to navigate challenges, influence others positively, and achieve personal and professional fulfillment. To conclude Chapter 10, let's focus on integrating emotional intelligence into your life for lasting impact. Mastery of EQ is not a single skill. It is a comprehensive system of self-awareness, emotional regulation, empathy, motivation, and social skills applied consistently. Daily emotional check-ins strengthen self-awareness. Take a few moments each morning or evening to observe your emotional state, identify triggers, and plan responses. Recognizing patterns before they escalate allows conscious control over reactions and decisions. Emotional regulation under pressure is critical. Stressful situations test your EQ. Techniques such as deep breathing, cognitive reframing, and pausing before responding ensure that your actions align with your values even when emotions are intense. This creates trust and reliability in personal and professional relationships. Empathy in action enhances connection. Seek to understand others' perspectives, validate feelings, and respond thoughtfully. Whether in personal conversations, team collaboration, or leadership roles, empathy builds strong, respectful, and supportive relationships. Motivation driven by values fuels consistency. Align tasks with long-term goals and intrinsic desires. When actions resonate with what truly matters, persistence increases, focus sharpens, and productivity rises, even during challenges or setbacks. Conflict as an opportunity transforms challenges into growth. Approach disagreements with curiosity and solution-oriented thinking. Use emotional intelligence to navigate differing perspectives, negotiate effectively, and strengthen relationships rather than allowing conflict to erode trust or focus. Continuous reflection and feedback cement growth. Regularly assess your emotional responses, communication, and decision-making. Seek feedback and adapt strategies. Over time, consistent reflection enhances self-awareness, emotional regulation, and interpersonal effectiveness. Habitual practice transforms EQ from effortful skill to automatic response. Daily application of awareness, regulation, empathy, motivation, and social skills embeds emotional intelligence into your identity. You respond thoughtfully, lead effectively, and build meaningful relationships naturally. By mastering emotional intelligence through consistent awareness, regulation, empathy, motivation, social skills, reflection, and habitual practice, you create a foundation for personal fulfillment, professional success, and strong, lasting relationships. Emotional intelligence becomes not just a skill, but a way of living, guiding decisions, interactions, and growth at every stage of life. Habits are the invisible architecture of everyday life. They determine how we think, act, and progress, quietly shaping our identity long before we realize it. Productivity, on the other hand, is the outcome of these habits compounded over time. The way you manage your hours, energy, and attention defines not just how much you achieve, but how effectively you live. Every action you take is a vote for the kind of person you wish to become. Small, consistent habits are the foundation of extraordinary results. It's not the intensity of effort that sustains success, but the regular rhythm of deliberate action. A single day of focus rarely transforms your life, but a year of focus surely will. The science of habits begins with the cue, routine, and reward loop. Every behavior is triggered by a cue, followed by a routine, and reinforced by a reward. Understanding this loop allows you to reprogram your behavior, to replace unproductive patterns with empowering ones. The goal is not to fight bad habits head-on, but to redirect their energy into better pathways. Morning routines define the tone of your day. Waking early, hydrating, journaling, or meditating trains your brain to operate with intention, not reaction. Even a 10-minute ritual builds momentum. It signals discipline to your mind, preparing you to act with clarity and purpose. Productivity is not about doing more, but about doing what matters most. High performers prioritize by impact, not urgency. They say no to distractions, delegate the unnecessary, and focus on meaningful progress. This clarity converts time into tangible growth. You can work less and achieve more when your habits align with your priorities. Consistency is the quiet power behind mastery. Missing a single day doesn't break a habit, but breaking the pattern of consistency does. The key is never missing twice, always returning to the system no matter what. Progress is not about perfection, but persistence. Energy management is the hidden pillar of productivity. It's not the number of hours you work, but how deeply you can focus within those hours. Regular breaks, mindful breathing, and balanced nutrition sustain high performance without burnout. Productive people guard their energy like a precious resource, because it is. By designing your habits consciously, you gain control over time. You stop reacting to life and start creating it. Every small choice compounds into identity, and every identity fuels momentum. The art of productivity begins with one truth. You don't rise to your goals, you fall to your systems. To truly master productivity, you must first master your systems, not your motivation. Motivation is temporary, systems are permanent. A system is the environment, routine, and structure that guide your behavior automatically. When your system supports your goals, progress becomes effortless. You don't push yourself every day. Your design pulls you forward. Start by auditing your daily rhythm. Where does your time leak? What drains your focus? Productivity isn't about adding more. It's about removing friction. Simplify your workspace, declutter your mind, and eliminate distractions that silently eat your attention. Each removed obstacle is a regained hour of deep work. Deep work is the secret weapon of high achievers. It's the ability to focus without distraction on a cognitively demanding task. When you enter a state of deep work, time dissolves, creativity expands, and output multiplies. Protect these sacred hours like a treasure, silence notifications, close tabs, and immerse fully in creation. Equally vital is rest. Many confuse busyness with productivity, yet real productivity requires rhythm, effort, and recovery, like breathing in and out. Sleep, mindfulness, and short breaks aren't luxuries. They are performance enhancers. The most effective people schedule recovery as deliberately as they schedule work. Atomic habits build identity-based productivity. Instead of saying, "I want to be productive," say, "I am a productive person." When identity aligns with action, habits stick. Each small win becomes proof of who you are, reinforcing your self-belief. Your brain learns that discipline is not punishment. It's pride in motion. Technology should be your ally, not your master. Automate repetitive tasks, use reminders wisely, but don't let constant notifications hijack your focus. Digital discipline means using tools intentionally, not compulsively. Every alert you mute, every unnecessary tab you close, strengthens your command over time. Time blocking is another underrated superpower. Assign specific hours for specific activities: deep work, meetings, learning, rest. This structure transforms overwhelm into order. It also reduces decision fatigue, freeing your mind for creativity instead of logistics. The moment you decide when to work, half the battle is won. Your morning mindset decides your momentum. Begin your day with clarity. A short visualization of your top priorities and purpose. Ask, what one task today will make everything else easier or unnecessary? Focusing on the essential few instead of the trivial many sharpens results exponentially. And remember, productivity is personal. What works for someone else might exhaust you. Tailor your routine to your energy peaks. Whether you thrive at dawn or after sunset, structure your work around your natural rhythm. Authentic productivity honors your biology, not trends. Lastly, success doesn't come from speed, and it comes from direction. Moving fast in the wrong direction only multiplies mistakes. Pause, reflect, recalibrate. Productivity without purpose is motion without meaning. Align every habit with your bigger why. When purpose fuels productivity, every effort compounds into fulfillment. Long-term productivity is not about pushing harder, it's about designing smarter. When discipline feels heavy, it's usually because your habits fight your environment. You can't out-discipline a system that works against you. That's why the foundation of high performance lies in habit architecture, shaping surroundings, routines, and triggers that naturally guide your behavior. Every habit begins with a cue. A cue triggers a routine, and the routine leads to a reward. This is the loop that runs beneath everything you do. To build good habits, make cues visible, make routines easy, and make rewards satisfying. For example, if you want to read daily, keep a book on your desk, not hidden on a shelf. Your environment should whisper your goals, not tempt your distractions. Stack habits. Attach a new habit to an existing one. If you already drink coffee every morning, use that moment to review your goals or visualize the day. Habit stacking turns daily routines into transformation rituals. Over time, consistency compounds and effort feels natural rather than forced. The 2-minute rule simplifies the hardest start. Do it for 2 minutes. If you can't commit to a full workout, just put on your shoes and start stretching. If you can't write a page, write one sentence. The hardest part of productivity is beginning. Once momentum starts, resistance fades. The first step is the bridge between intention and action. Avoid perfection paralysis. Many people delay progress, waiting for the perfect moment, but perfection is an illusion. The disciplined mind understands that progress beats perfection. A small step today is better than a flawless plan tomorrow. Every act of showing up reinforces identity, and your brain learns to trust your own consistency. Focus is a muscle. The more you train it, the stronger it grows. Reduce multitasking. It scatters energy and fragments thought. Practice monotasking, giving your full presence to one thing at a time. When you work, just work. When you rest, just rest. That clear separation sharpens mental edges and multiplies creative output. Your habits also require accountability loops. Whether through journaling, habit tracking, or sharing goals with someone you trust, visible progress motivates the subconscious. You see your consistency, and that sight alone becomes fuel. The human mind thrives on feedback. Without it, motivation fades silently. Reflection is as vital as action. Take 5 minutes at the end of the day to ask, what did I do well today? What drained me? What can I improve tomorrow? These micro-reflections transform scattered days into a continuous growth journey. You stop repeating mistakes and start designing better patterns. Energy management outperforms time management. Your energy, not your hours, defines productivity. Protect your morning energy for deep work. Use afternoons for light or collaborative tasks, and evenings for recovery. Match intensity with the task's demand, and you'll produce more in fewer hours with less stress. Lastly, discipline must evolve into desire when your habits reflect who you want to become, not just what you want to achieve. Your motivation becomes internal. You no longer chase results. You express identity. Every productive action feels like alignment, not struggle. You're no longer forcing discipline. You're embodying it. The true mastery of habits lies in transformation from external effort to internal flow. When systems, identity, and purpose merge, discipline becomes effortless, and productivity becomes your natural state of being. When you reach a certain level of consistency, the next step is to elevate your productivity through flow. Flow is that mental state where time disappears, focus deepens, and performance peaks. You're fully immersed, neither overthinking nor distracted. The secret to entering flow isn't talent or luck. It's structure. Start by choosing the right challenge level. If a task is too easy, your mind drifts. If it's too hard, anxiety rises. Flow happens in the middle, where skill meets stretch. Design your work so that it slightly exceeds your comfort zone. This keeps the brain alert, motivated, and creative. Eliminate noise before starting. Every notification, open tab, or background sound breaks cognitive rhythm. Set a ritual before deep work. Silence your phone, close extra windows, clear your desk. The ritual becomes a mental trigger. Now I enter focus mode. With repetition, your brain associates this setup with deep performance. Use time blocks to protect your best hours. Work in focused bursts, like 50 minutes of undisturbed effort, followed by a short break. During these blocks, treat your task as sacred. When the block ends, step away, breathe, hydrate, and stretch. These cycles of focus and rest align with your brain's natural rhythm, maintaining high energy without burnout. Momentum is the hidden force of productivity. Once you start, don't stop for small decisions. Plan your work the night before. List your top 3 priorities. When the day begins, just execute. Avoid the trap of decision fatigue. Too many choices drain mental energy. A clear plan creates mental calm, allowing creativity to flow without friction. Protect your mornings like treasure. The first few hours after waking are your cognitive prime. Your brain is clear, willpower strong, distractions minimal. Use this time for creation, not consumption. Avoid scrolling, emails, or news first thing. Pour that energy into your most meaningful work. That's how days, weeks, and lives transform. The environmental design principle continues here. Curate your workspace for focus, natural light, clean desk, comfortable chair, minimal clutter. Your brain mirrors its surroundings. A chaotic desk breeds scattered thoughts. A calm space invites clarity. Let your environment breathe discipline into your habits. Tracking progress is vital but often overlooked. Keep a simple visual system, a journal, an app, or even a calendar with marks for each day you stay consistent. The human brain loves visible proof of progress. Each tick becomes a micro reward, telling you you're moving forward. Over time, this small ritual becomes the fuel for massive growth. Avoid burnout by respecting your recovery cycles. Productivity isn't about doing more. It's about doing what matters at the right time. Rest isn't weakness. It's renewal. Schedule downtime without guilt. Even top performers treat rest as sacred. Without recovery, creativity dries up and discipline turns to frustration. Finally, reconnect with why you're doing all this. Purpose gives productivity meaning. Discipline without purpose becomes mechanical, but discipline with purpose becomes power. When your actions serve a greater reason, consistency transforms into fulfillment. You don't just complete tasks, you create impact. Your habits, focus, and productivity are the architecture of your future. Every moment of discipline, every distraction resisted, every minute of flow, they all shape who you become. Build your systems not to impress others, but to express your best self. The disciplined mind isn't harsh. It's peaceful, intentional, and free. As we reach the end of this chapter, it's time to bring everything together. Habits, focus, energy, and purpose into one unified system. True productivity isn't just about doing more. It's about becoming more intentional with how you live, think, and act every single day. The first step to mastering productivity is identity-based habits. Don't build routines just for results. Build them to reflect who you want to be. For example, instead of saying, "I want to write a book," say, "I am a writer." This simple shift rewires your behavior. When your identity aligns with your actions, consistency becomes natural, not forced. You no longer push yourself. You simply express who you are becoming. Energy management is your real productivity currency. Time is limited, but energy can be renewed. Protect it. Sleep deeply, eat consciously, move your body, and surround yourself with people who uplift you. Energy leaks, like constant negativity, multitasking, or lack of sleep, silently destroy focus. Guard your energy like you guard your goals. Then comes intention. Every day begins with a decision to drift or to direct your attention. Intentionality means you decide what truly matters before the world decides it for you. Start your day by asking, what one thing, if completed today, will move my life forward? That question alone eliminates 80% of distractions and aligns your focus with your growth. Systems outperform motivation. Motivation fades, but systems sustain progress. A system is a structure that ensures action even when you don't feel like it, like writing at 7 a.m. daily or reviewing your goals every Sunday. Systems turn ambition into automation. Once the system runs, progress happens almost effortlessly. Avoid perfectionism. Productivity is not about flawless output. It's about consistent movement. Waiting for the perfect time or mood only feeds procrastination. Take small, imperfect steps daily. Momentum is built through motion, not intention. The habit of showing up is more valuable than the illusion of perfection. One secret of high performers is their relationship with failure. They don't fear it. They learn from it faster. Failure is feedback, a mirror that refines your strategy and resilience. Each setback is simply a signal to adjust, not a reason to quit. Productivity grows when you view every obstacle as an opportunity to evolve. Reflection completes the loop. End each week asking 3 questions. What went well? What didn't? What will I do differently? This small ritual brings awareness, gratitude, and learning into your cycle. Without reflection, even progress can feel empty. With reflection, every effort becomes wisdom. And above all, discipline is freedom. It's not restriction, it's self-respect. The disciplined person doesn't rely on luck or moods. They move with clarity, act with purpose, and rest without guilt. Discipline removes chaos and gives you the peace that comes from knowing you are in control. By mastering your habits and productivity, you become the architect of your own life. You don't chase success, you attract it through systems, focus, and consistency. Every routine you repeat builds invisible momentum. Over time, those small steps compound into extraordinary results. Remember, success is built quietly, not in loud bursts, but in silent repetition. Every day you choose discipline over distraction. You strengthen your foundation. You're not just managing time. You are mastering yourself. And that mastery is the real meaning of freedom. Focus is the superpower of productivity. In a world filled with distractions, notifications, and endless information, the ability to concentrate deeply on a single task is rare and incredibly valuable. Deep work is the state in which your brain works at full capacity, creativity flows freely, and high-value results are produced efficiently. To achieve deep work, start by eliminating distractions. Phone notifications, social media, and noisy environments fragment attention. Every interruption costs not just minutes, but cognitive energy. Create a workspace that signals your brain, now is focus time. Silence notifications, clear unnecessary tabs, and communicate boundaries to those around you. Time blocking is critical. Assign specific hours for focused work, not multitasking, not shallow tasks, but deep, meaningful effort. Protect these hours as sacred. During this time, immerse yourself fully, letting the task dominate your attention. Even short, uninterrupted blocks of 60-90 minutes produce remarkable results when consistently applied. Rituals trigger deep work. High performers don't wait for motivation. They create it. A ritual could be as simple as a clean desk, a specific playlist, or a short breathing exercise before starting. Repeating this ritual conditions your mind to enter focus mode quickly. Over time, your brain associates the ritual with high productivity, reducing resistance to starting. Single tasking over multitasking is non-negotiable. The human mind cannot truly focus on multiple complex tasks simultaneously. Dividing attention reduces output and increases mistakes. Monotasking, giving one task your full attention, builds skill, efficiency, and creativity. Quality always wins over quantity when focus is applied deliberately. Managing cognitive energy is essential. Your ability to focus fluctuates throughout the day. Identify your peak hours, when your energy and mental clarity are highest, and schedule your most challenging, high-impact work during these times. Less demanding tasks like emails or routine planning should occupy lower energy periods. The art of batching complements deep work. Group similar tasks together to reduce context switching. Writing, research, and problem solving are all enhanced when the brain remains in a consistent mode. Even small interruptions break this flow, so batch your work to protect concentration. Breaks amplify focus. Deep work is intense and draining. Short breaks allow recovery, consolidate learning, and prepare your mind for the next session. Techniques like the Pomodoro method, 50-90 minutes of focus followed by a 10 to 15-minute break, optimize mental stamina and output. Clarity of purpose drives concentration. Before beginning, ask yourself, what outcome will this session produce? What is the one essential result I must achieve? Focus strengthens when attention is tied to a clear goal. Without clarity, effort dissipates across trivialities, leaving you busy but unproductive. Deep work requires not only removing distractions, but also training your mind to resist temptation. Every notification, social scroll, or background noise quietly steals focus. Recognize these attention thieves and consciously block them. Use apps, silence devices, or create a dedicated workspace that signals this is your focus zone. Start with small wins. Focus is like a muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger it gets. Begin with 30 to 60-minute sessions and gradually increase. Early victories build confidence and make it easier to sustain longer periods of concentrated work. Single tasking is essential. Multitasking splits attention, lowers quality, and slows progress. Instead, devote full attention to one task. Finish it completely before moving to the next. This habit trains your brain to maintain sustained focus, enhancing both efficiency and creativity. Time blocking remains crucial. Protect your prime cognitive hours for the most demanding work. Schedule shallow tasks, meetings, and errands for low-energy periods. Structuring your day around natural energy cycles ensures that you tackle the hardest tasks when your mind is sharpest. Batching similar work reduces context switching. Group research, writing, problem-solving, or planning into focused blocks. Switching between unrelated tasks scatters attention and wastes energy. When your brain stays in a mode long enough, flow emerges naturally. Rituals accelerate focus. Establish pre-work habits like clearing your desk, setting a timer, or taking a few mindful breaths to trigger your brain's deep work mode. Repeating rituals signals readiness and reduces resistance, making focus more automatic. Breaks amplify performance. Sustained attention is draining. Short breaks restore energy, consolidate learning, and prepare you for the next session. Even 5 to 10 minutes of walking, stretching, or mindful breathing can reset concentration and improve output. Clarity drives attention. Start each session with a clear goal. What exactly do I need to achieve? When your mind knows the target, distractions become less appealing. Vague tasks lead to wandering thoughts and wasted time. Precision of purpose keeps your focus sharp. Finally, discipline sustains deep work. Motivation fluctuates, but discipline builds reliability. By practicing focus daily, protecting your energy, and designing supportive routines, you train your brain to enter deep work effortlessly. Over time, focus becomes a habit, your superpower in a distracted world. Now let's dive deeper into advanced strategies for maintaining focus over long periods. Mastery of deep work isn't just about starting, it's about sustaining concentration, even when distractions are tempting. Environment shapes attention. A cluttered or noisy workspace constantly signals your brain to scatter focus. Simplify your surroundings, remove unnecessary items, keep tools handy, and create a space that invites calm and concentration. Lighting, comfort, and minimal distractions all strengthen your ability to focus. Time is finite. Energy is precious. Even if you block hours for deep work, low energy will sabotage performance. Track your natural energy cycles. Morning or late evening might be your cognitive peak. Reserve these windows for high-value tasks. Tasks requiring less mental effort, emails, calls, routine admin, should occupy lower energy times. Mindset matters. Approach deep work with curiosity and purpose, not obligation. When you view each focus session as an opportunity to grow or create, it becomes rewarding rather than burdensome. This intrinsic reward reinforces the habit, making focus more natural. Pomodoro-style sessions are powerful for building stamina. Work 50-90 minutes, then rest 10-15 minutes. Short breaks prevent mental fatigue, allow reflection, and prepare your mind for the next session. Over time, longer periods of uninterrupted focus become sustainable. Batch tasks for flow. Avoid constantly switching between unrelated work. Group similar tasks together to maintain mental continuity. Writing, research, problem-solving, or creative design benefits greatly from batching. Your brain stays in a consistent mode, and productivity compounds. Digital discipline is non-negotiable. Social media, instant messaging, and constant notifications fragment attention. During focus blocks, silence devices, close unnecessary tabs, and communicate boundaries. Protecting cognitive space is as important as the work itself. Visualization enhances concentration. Before starting, visualize your desired outcome. Imagine completing the task, feeling satisfaction, and achieving results. This primes your mind for action and reduces hesitation. Clear mental images reduce distraction and improve efficiency. Accountability strengthens focus. Track progress visually. A simple habit, tracker, journal, or checklist can serve as feedback. Seeing your consistency reinforces commitment and motivates sustained effort. Momentum grows when small wins are made visible. Resilience against interruptions is key. Even the best plans face unexpected distractions. Train your mind to pause, reset, and return to focus quickly. Each time you recover without losing momentum, your deep work muscle strengthens. Finally, focus is freedom. The ability to concentrate deeply allows you to produce more in less time, create higher quality results, and gain mastery over your life. Deep work transforms not just output, but confidence, creativity, and control. As we continue, let's explore how to sustain deep focus over days, weeks, and months. Mastery of focus is not a single act. It's a system of habits, environment, energy, and mindset working together. Ritualize deep work. Create a consistent pre-work routine to signal your brain that it's time to focus. This could be clearing your desk, brewing coffee, or taking a few deep breaths. Repetition trains your brain to enter focus automatically, reducing resistance and procrastination. Protect your attention like a valuable asset. Every distraction costs more than time. It fragments mental energy. Silence notifications, close unneeded applications, and establish boundaries with colleagues, family, or roommates during focus sessions. The fewer interruptions, the higher your productivity. Single task relentlessly. Focus on one task at a time, giving it your full attention. Multitasking splits energy and reduces quality. Monotasking allows deeper thinking, faster execution, and more creative solutions. Quality output comes from sustained focus, not scattered effort. Energy management beats time management. Track your natural cognitive peaks. Work on demanding tasks when energy is high. Save easier work for low-energy periods. Even with long hours, efficiency depends more on focus than duration. Protect sleep, nutrition, and short recovery breaks. They multiply productivity. Batching and sequencing tasks reduces context switching. Group similar work together to maintain mental continuity. Writing, planning, research, or problem solving all benefit from consecutive focus blocks. Your brain stays in flow longer when it doesn't repeatedly shift gears. Embrace deliberate practice. Focus isn't accidental. Identify areas of growth, set clear goals, and train with intent. Deliberate focus sessions sharpen skill, improve performance, and gradually expand your capacity to handle complexity. Resilience to interruptions. Even with preparation, life throws distractions. Train yourself to pause, reset, and re-enter focus quickly. Each recovery strengthens mental stamina. Over time, interruptions matter less. You maintain momentum and control. Visualize outcomes before starting. Imagine completing your task successfully. Mental rehearsal prepares your brain, reduces hesitation, and aligns attention. Visualization strengthens intention, turning focus into tangible results. Finally, deep work amplifies freedom. The ability to concentrate deeply allows you to achieve more in less time, produce higher quality work, and gain mastery over your own life. Deep work is not a skill reserved for the few. It's a practice for anyone committed to protecting attention, prioritizing value, and creating impact. As we close Chapter 12, let's step back and understand what focus truly represents. Focus is not just attention, it's presence. It's the art of giving your entire awareness to one meaningful task, one clear goal, one unfolding moment. In a world designed for distraction, sustained focus becomes your greatest competitive edge. Deep work transforms not just productivity, but identity. When you enter deep focus repeatedly, you begin to think, feel, and act differently. You stop reacting to noise and start creating from clarity. Each deep session builds trust in your own ability to perform, regardless of the world's chaos. Clarity creates momentum. Begin every day with a single question. What truly matters today? By filtering noise through this question, you focus on value, not volume. Small, consistent actions aimed at clear priorities lead to big transformations over time. Disconnect to reconnect. Regularly withdraw from digital noise, emails, feeds, or endless updates, and spend time in silence. Detachment renews mental energy and restores creativity. Your best ideas often arrive in moments of stillness, not stimulation. The mindset of mastery. Masters in any field, from athletes to artists to scientists, understand the discipline of focus. They commit to deep work not because it's easy, but because it's the only path to excellence. They value progress over comfort, creation over consumption, and consistency over intensity. Celebrate progress, not perfection. Focus is a living skill. Some days you'll flow effortlessly. Others you'll struggle. What matters is persistence. Even short sessions of genuine concentration compound over time, leading to exponential improvement in performance and self-trust. Build a life that supports focus. Your environment, relationships, habits, and values should align with your goals. Protect your focus like sacred ground, because it is. A distracted mind serves everyone else's agenda. A focused mind builds its own future. In the end, deep work is not only about achieving more, it's about becoming more. It trains your mind to resist chaos, your emotions to remain calm, and your purpose to stay sharp. The ability to focus deeply turns ordinary effort into extraordinary results. So, as you move forward, practice entering deep work daily, even for a short time. Treat it as a ritual of self-mastery, because once you learn to control your focus, you can shape every other part of your life with intention and power. Self-control is the quiet power behind every achievement. It's not about being strict or harsh with yourself. It's about making small choices every day that align with your long-term goals. Temptation is natural. Your brain seeks comfort and instant reward. The skill lies in guiding these impulses, so short-term pleasure doesn't steal your future. Start by understanding temptation. Usually, it follows a pattern. A cue triggers an urge. The urge leads to a routine, and that routine gives a reward. Recognizing each part of this loop helps you intervene. You can change the cue, delay the urge, swap the routine, or adjust the reward. Small changes weaken the grip of old habits. Environment design is key. If you want to avoid snacking, don't keep snacks at home. If you want to reduce social media use, remove apps from your phone's home screen or use blockers. The easier the good choice, the stronger your discipline. Make distractions inconvenient. Make positive actions obvious. Pre-commitment strengthens willpower. Decide in advance what you will do. Examples: set work sessions with blockers, automatically transfer money to savings, or commit publicly to a task. Pre-commitment shifts decisions from impulsive moments to planned action, increasing your chances of success. Delay works wonders. When an urge appears, pause 10 minutes. Most cravings are temporary waves. Use this time to breathe, walk, or perform a small task. Over time, your brain learns that urges can pass and don't need immediate gratification. Implementation intentions help. Replace vague goals with clear if-then plans. Instead of, "I won't check social media," plan, "If I finish work, then I will check notifications for 5 minutes." This reduces ambiguity and trains your mind to act deliberately. Temptation bundling makes discipline enjoyable. Pair a habit you resist with something you like. Listen to a favorite podcast while exercising, or watch a show only after completing focus work. This turns discipline into a positive experience. Mindfulness strengthens self-control. Notice cravings. Label them. This is a craving. Observing without reacting reduces urgency. Combine this with deliberate alternatives to redirect energy toward productive habits. Finally, habit replacement is essential. Don't just suppress urges. Give your brain a new routine. Swap unhealthy behaviors with immediate, slightly rewarding actions that align with your goals. Over time, your self-control grows stronger naturally. Now that we understand the basics, let's focus on daily practices to strengthen self-control. Discipline isn't punishment. It's about consistently choosing long-term benefit over short-term pleasure. Start with small wins. Every time you resist minor temptations, skipping unnecessary scrolling, choosing water over soda, completing a task before distractions, your self-control grows. Small victories build momentum for bigger challenges. Routine is your secret weapon. Automate desired behaviors. Morning rituals, exercise, and structured work blocks reduce decision fatigue. When habits are automatic, your brain spends less energy resisting temptation. Use visual cues. Place reminders in your environment, sticky notes, alarms, or habit trackers. Even subtle cues, a water bottle on your desk or closing the laptop after work hours, help maintain focus and prevent impulsive choices. Avoid decision overload. Too many choices weaken self-control. Plan meals, clothes, and tasks in advance. Automate repetitive decisions. Less mental energy spent on trivial choices leaves more for resisting bigger temptations. Delay gratification. When cravings arise, pause and wait. Most urges fade if not acted upon immediately. Use the pause to breathe, stretch, or take a short walk. Repeated practice teaches your brain patience. Reframe your thoughts. Instead of thinking, "I can't resist this," tell yourself, "I choose long-term goals over short-term urges." This mental shift strengthens intentional action. Track progress, log temptations faced, responses, and outcomes. Reflection reveals patterns and allows adjustments. Visible progress boosts motivation and reinforces self-efficacy. Reward wisely. Celebrate successes with meaningful, supportive rewards. For example, a short walk or a favorite song reinforces self-control without undermining goals. Handle setbacks strategically. Slips happen. When they do, analyze triggers, adjust your environment, and resume immediately. Compassion and rapid recovery prevent one mistake from turning into a habit. Finally, internalize discipline as identity. Say, "I am a disciplined person," instead of "I am trying." When self-control becomes part of who you are, it aligns naturally with your actions. Self-control isn't about heroic willpower. It's smart choices, intentional habits, and consistent practice. Each step strengthens your ability to resist temptation and move toward lasting success. Now, let's explore advanced strategies to maintain self-control consistently. Discipline is strongest when it becomes part of your daily identity, not just a series of rules. Energy management matters. Self-control is limited and dips with fatigue, hunger, or stress. Protect your sleep, eat nourishing meals, and schedule demanding tasks when energy is high. Low energy leads to impulsive choices, even for those with strong willpower. Accountability strengthens action. Share commitments with a trusted person or group. Knowing someone is checking in increases follow-through. Use visible checklists, streak trackers, or public commitments to reinforce discipline. Anticipate triggers. Identify situations, people, or times when temptation is strongest. Plan responses ahead of time. For instance, if you tend to snack while watching TV, replace snacks with herbal tea or fruit. Planning ahead turns reactive moments into conscious choices. Habit stacking builds momentum. Attach a new disciplined behavior to an existing habit. For example, after brushing teeth, write down 3 priorities for the day. Pairing new actions with established routines makes them automatic faster. Use visualization. Mentally rehearse successfully resisting temptations. Imagine yourself saying no to distractions, completing tasks, and feeling satisfaction from self-control. Visualization strengthens neural pathways, making real-world action easier. Mindfulness daily. Observe cravings or impulses without judgment. Label them. This is an urge, not a command. Mindful awareness reduces emotional reactions and creates space for conscious decisions. Cognitive reframing helps. Replace "I can't resist" with "I choose what matters most." Every reframe reinforces your long-term goals over short-term impulses. Over time, this strengthens automatic self-control. Temptation replacement works. Swap harmful behaviors with productive alternatives. Replace late-night scrolling with reading or exercise. Replace snacking with water or healthy snacks. Immediate, achievable alternatives prevent the brain from seeking instant reward elsewhere. Gradual exposure increases tolerance. Face minor temptations intentionally to train willpower. Start with small controlled challenges, skipping a minor indulgence or delaying a small reward. Success builds confidence for bigger tests of discipline. Through energy management, pre-planning, mindfulness, habit stacking, and visualization, self-control becomes a lifestyle rather than a daily struggle. Each choice strengthens your discipline muscle and makes avoiding temptation easier over time. As we wrap up Chapter 13, let's focus on integrating self-control into your identity for lasting results. Discipline is not just about resisting temptation once. It's about building a system where good choices become automatic. Internalize discipline. Instead of thinking, "I must resist," affirm, "I am a disciplined person." When self-control becomes part of your identity, it aligns naturally with your daily actions. Decisions that once required effort now feel normal. Create supportive environments. Reduce exposure to distractions and temptations. Organize your workspace, remove triggers, and add cues that promote focus. Your surroundings can either strengthen or weaken your self-control. Develop long-term strategies. Combine routine, accountability, habit stacking, and energy management. Plan for high stress or high fatigue moments. Anticipate challenges and create systems that guide your actions without constant willpower. Reflection and feedback matter. Review daily successes and failures, analyze triggers and responses, adjust strategies, and celebrate victories. Reflection turns experience into insight, reinforcing your growth in self-control. Reward progress thoughtfully. Positive reinforcement strengthens habits. Rewards should support goals, not undermine them. Even small acknowledgments, a short walk, a favorite song, or journaling, Reinforce self-control without compromising discipline. Practice patience and persistence. Self-control develops gradually. Occasional slips are natural. What matters is recovery and continued practice. Each day of consistent effort builds stronger habits, making temptation easier to manage over time. Leverage social influence. Surround yourself with disciplined, goal-oriented people. Observe behaviors, learn strategies, and let positive peer influence reinforce your commitment. Accountability and modeling accelerate growth. Finally, remember, self-control is a skill, not a fixed trait. With structured habits, intentional planning, mindfulness, and supportive environments, you strengthen your ability to resist impulses, make better choices, and align your daily actions with long-term goals. Over time, self-control becomes effortless, shaping your life and success naturally. Discipline is not a single act, it's a lifelong commitment to making choices that align with your goals. Short-term bursts of willpower aren't enough. What matters is building systems, habits, and routines that sustain discipline over months and years. Start with consistency over intensity. It's better to do small, manageable actions daily than occasional massive efforts. Daily repetition builds momentum, rewires habits, and strengthens self-control. Over time, consistency compounds into significant results. Plan and structure your day. Daily routines reduce decision fatigue. When tasks and priorities are pre-planned, your brain spends less energy on choices and more on execution. A disciplined schedule turns productive actions into automatic behaviors. Set clear, measurable goals. Long-term discipline requires direction. Vague intentions fail under pressure. Define what success looks like in concrete terms. Break it into smaller milestones and track progress. Clarity fuels motivation and reduces procrastination. Leverage accountability. Share goals with a trusted person or group. Knowing that someone is monitoring progress increases follow-through. Use streaks, checklists, or public commitments to reinforce discipline. Accountability transforms intent into action. Environment design supports long-term success. Remove distractions, triggers, and temptations from your surroundings. Make productive behaviors easy and obvious. Arrange your workspace, digital tools, and daily routines to guide actions automatically. Use feedback loops. Regularly review successes, failures, and patterns. Analyze what worked, what didn't, and adjust strategies accordingly. Continuous feedback keeps your discipline system adaptive and effective over time. Stack habits strategically. Attach new positive behaviors to established routines. Morning exercise followed by journaling or work sprints followed by reflection helps embed new disciplines quickly. Habit stacking minimizes mental effort and accelerates adoption. Prepare for setbacks. Discipline is tested under stress, fatigue, and distraction. Anticipate obstacles. Plan responses and maintain flexibility. The difference between temporary failure and giving up is resilience and preparation. Reward progress wisely. Reinforce disciplined behavior with meaningful, supportive rewards. Small celebrations or self-acknowledgement boost morale without undermining your system. Positive reinforcement strengthens the habit loop. Focus on identity-based discipline. Instead of thinking, "I must be disciplined," internalize, I am a disciplined person. Aligning actions with identity removes internal conflict, making disciplined behavior natural and effortless over time. Let's dive deeper into practical methods to maintain discipline for the long haul. Discipline is not just about willpower, it's about designing your life to make the right choices easier and automatic. Energy management is essential. Self-control weakens when you are tired, stressed, or hungry. Prioritize sleep, nutrition, and mental breaks. Schedule demanding tasks during high-energy periods. Protect your energy so your discipline doesn't erode under fatigue. Habit tracking reinforces progress. Record your actions daily. Seeing streaks in progress motivates consistency. Track wins, even small ones. Every completed task builds momentum and strengthens your discipline muscle. Implement pre-commitments. Remove options to act impulsively. Schedule workouts in advance, automate savings, or block distracting websites. By locking in choices ahead of time, you reduce reliance on fleeting willpower. Gradual exposure to challenges strengthens resilience. Start with manageable temptations or tasks and increase difficulty over time. Each success builds confidence and expands your capacity to handle greater demands without losing discipline. Reflection and adaptation improve outcomes. Regularly review your system. What's working? What's failing? Adjust routines, triggers, and rewards. Feedback loops help your discipline system evolve as your life changes. Stack long-term rewards with short-term discipline. Recognize the connection between small daily efforts and long-term achievements. Celebrate milestones to reinforce motivation, but avoid undermining your long-term goals with counterproductive rewards. Social influence is powerful. Surround yourself with disciplined, goal-oriented people. Observe their habits, learn strategies, and let positive peer pressure reinforce your system. Accountability and modeling make sustained discipline easier. Mental framing matters. See discipline as a tool for freedom, not restriction. Each act of self-control creates space for choice and progress. By reframing discipline as empowerment, your mindset strengthens, making consistency less burdensome. Focus on identity, not only outcomes. Instead of thinking, I want results, affirm, I am disciplined. When self-control becomes part of who you are, resisting temptations and making positive choices becomes natural. Finally, embrace patience and persistence. Long-term discipline develops over months and years. Daily practice, thoughtful planning, and resilient recovery turn discipline from an effort into a lifestyle. Over time, your system will guide you toward meaningful results automatically. Now, let's focus on strategies to protect and strengthen your discipline system over time. Long-term discipline isn't about one-time effort. It's about creating self-reinforcing structures that guide behavior consistently. Design your environment for success. Remove triggers of bad habits and make positive actions easier. Keep your workspace organized. Block distracting apps and arrange cues that prompt desired behaviors. Environment shapes behavior more than willpower alone. Use implementation intentions. Create clear if-then plans for recurring challenges. Example: if I feel the urge to check social media during work, then I will take a 2-minute walk instead. Planning responses ahead reduces mental friction and improves follow-through. Leverage habit stacking. Combine new disciplines with established habits. After morning coffee, write down daily priorities. After brushing teeth, do 10 push-ups. Linking new habits to existing routines makes them automatic faster and reduces reliance on decision-making. Manage energy proactively. Self-control is finite. Schedule demanding tasks during high-energy periods and protect your mental reserves with breaks, good nutrition, and rest. Avoid burnout by pacing yourself, not relying solely on willpower. Track and visualize progress. Maintain a journal or checklist to record achievements and patterns. Tracking growth motivates consistency and helps identify areas that need adjustment. Visualization of success also strengthens the brain's commitment to disciplined action. Reward disciplined behavior appropriately. Positive reinforcement solidifies habits. Celebrate milestones with small, meaningful rewards that support your system. Avoid rewards that counteract long-term goals. Instead, choose incentives that reinforce the disciplined behavior itself. Anticipate setbacks. Even strong systems face challenges. Stress, fatigue, or unexpected events can disrupt routines. Prepare backup plans and be ready to resume immediately after a slip. Recovery speed is more important than perfection. Social support enhances longevity. Surround yourself with disciplined, motivated people. Peer influence, accountability partners, and mentorship provide guidance, encouragement, and modeling of successful behaviors. Positive social networks help maintain habits over years. Internalize discipline into identity. See yourself as a disciplined person, not someone trying to be disciplined. Aligning actions with identity reduces internal conflict and makes disciplined behavior more natural. Long-term perspective matters. Recognize that progress is gradual. Consistent, deliberate actions compound over time. Patience, reflection, and adaptation turn short-term efforts into lasting results, shaping your life and success over months and years. As we conclude Chapter 14, let's focus on embedding long-term discipline into every aspect of life. Sustainable discipline comes from systems, routines, and identity, not constant reliance on willpower. Integrate daily reflection. Spend a few minutes each day reviewing actions, choices, and outcomes. Ask yourself, did my actions align with my long-term goals? Reflection reinforces learning, identifies patterns, and strengthens future decision-making. Automate what you can. Reduce friction for positive behaviors. Automatic savings, scheduled workouts, or recurring task lists prevent reliance on moment-to-moment motivation. Automation conserves mental energy and preserves willpower for more challenging decisions. Leverage micro-discipline. Focus on small, manageable actions consistently. Daily micro-habits compound into significant progress. For example, reading 10 pages daily, doing a brief exercise routine, or writing down priorities builds discipline gradually. Prepare for high-risk scenarios. Anticipate moments when discipline may falter. Stress, fatigue, or social pressure. Create pre-planned responses and contingency plans. Resilience during difficult situations preserves long-term momentum. Use identity reinforcement. Repeat affirmations and internalize the belief, I am disciplined. I make choices aligned with my goals. Identity-driven discipline transforms action from effortful to effortless over time. Celebrate meaningful milestones. Recognition of progress strengthens commitment. Small rewards for consistency. A short break, journaling, or a treat reinforce your system without undermining goals. Maintain flexibility and adaptability. Life changes and rigid systems can break under pressure. Adjust routines, habits, and strategies as needed while keeping your long-term objectives in focus. Adaptable discipline lasts longer. Combine reflection, automation, micro-habits, identity alignment, and flexibility to create a resilient framework for long-term discipline. Over months and years, this approach turns daily choices into a seamless, productive lifestyle. By embedding these strategies into your life, you ensure that discipline is not a fleeting effort, but a sustainable foundation for personal growth, achievement, and consistent success. Long-term discipline becomes part of your identity and daily living, guiding every action, decision, and behavior toward meaningful results. Motivation is the fuel that keeps discipline alive, but it can fluctuate. Burnout happens when energy, focus, and enthusiasm are drained. The key is to maintain motivation consistently while protecting your mental, emotional, and physical energy. Start by clarifying your why. Motivation is strongest when it connects to a purpose bigger than the immediate task. Ask yourself, why am I doing this? When actions align with meaningful goals, perseverance becomes easier and burnout less likely. Break goals into manageable steps. Large ambitions can feel overwhelming. Divide them into daily or weekly milestones. Each small accomplishment reinforces progress and maintains motivation. Celebrating these micro-wins fuels ongoing effort. Balance challenge and skill. Motivation thrives when tasks are neither too easy nor too difficult. Seek activities that stretch your abilities without causing frustration. This balance creates flow, a state where focus, enjoyment, and productivity merge seamlessly. Schedule rest and recovery. Energy management is essential. Plan breaks, leisure activities, and restorative sleep. Pushing too hard without recovery leads to fatigue and decreased motivation. Discipline works best when your body and mind are energized. Use visual cues and reminders. Keep goals visible through notes, vision boards, or digital trackers. Daily reminders help maintain focus and reinforce motivation. Seeing progress keeps your brain engaged and committed. Leverage social accountability. Share your goals and progress with supportive peers or mentors. Public commitment and feedback strengthen motivation and reduce the likelihood of giving up during challenging periods. Reframe setbacks positively. Burnout and failure are normal signals, not defeat. Analyze causes, adjust your approach, and view challenges as opportunities to grow. Reframing struggles maintains motivation and prevents discouragement from derailing progress. Mix novelty and routine. Consistent routines are crucial, but occasional variety prevents monotony. Introduce new methods, environments, or challenges to keep engagement high while maintaining structured progress. Track energy and productivity cycles. Notice times of high and low focus. Schedule demanding tasks during peak energy and lighter activities during dips. Aligning work with natural cycles maximizes output while reducing burnout risk. Connect tasks to intrinsic rewards. Focus on enjoyment, growth, or mastery, rather than only external outcomes. Intrinsic motivation is sustainable and more resilient to obstacles or setbacks. By integrating purpose, milestones, energy management, accountability, positive reframing, and intrinsic reward, you maintain consistent motivation. Avoid burnout by balancing challenge, recovery, and novelty, ensuring sustainable progress toward meaningful goals. Let's continue with practical strategies to sustain motivation and prevent burnout over the long term. Motivation isn't constant, but it can be managed and reinforced through intentional habits. Daily ritual and structure support motivation. Begin each day with a clear plan and achievable goals. A structured routine reduces decision fatigue, directs energy toward meaningful tasks, and prevents feeling overwhelmed. Track progress visibly. Journals, apps, or checklists create a tangible sense of achievement. Seeing small wins builds momentum and reinforces the habit of persistence. Progress, not perfection, drives long-term motivation. Celebrate micro wins. Even minor accomplishments deserve recognition. Completing a single task or resisting distraction strengthens confidence and fuels the drive for larger goals. Rewards don't need to be big. Consistency matters more. Avoid overcommitment. Taking on too much at once increases stress and the likelihood of burnout. Prioritize tasks aligned with your main objectives. Learning to say no is part of disciplined self-management. Mix work with restorative breaks. Short breaks, walks, or mindfulness practices replenish mental energy. Incorporate leisure activities to relax without guilt. Balance between effort and recovery sustains performance and motivation. Stay connected to your why. Revisit your purpose regularly. Motivation spikes when daily actions align with personal values or meaningful outcomes. Reflecting on long-term benefits keeps immediate fatigue or distraction from derailing progress. Adjust challenges to maintain engagement. If tasks feel monotonous, add a small twist or increase difficulty slightly. Properly calibrated challenges sustain interest and encourage growth while preventing boredom or stagnation. Use accountability strategically. Share updates with mentors, friends, or groups. Accountability not only increases commitment, but also provides external motivation during low-energy periods. Peer support reinforces positive habits. Practice self-compassion. Motivation dips and mistakes happen. Avoid harsh self-criticism. Instead, analyze setbacks, adjust strategies, and resume action. Compassion promotes resilience and reduces burnout risk. Focus on intrinsic motivation. External rewards are temporary, but internal satisfaction, growth, learning, mastery, sustains energy. Connect each task to personal fulfillment to keep consistent momentum. By applying structured routines, visible progress, balanced challenges, accountability, self-compassion, and intrinsic rewards, you maintain motivation while avoiding burnout. Sustainable motivation is a combination of planning, reflection, and energy management, ensuring steady progress toward meaningful goals. As we conclude Chapter 15, let's focus on embedding sustainable motivation into your lifestyle and protecting yourself from burnout over the long term. Integrate reflection into daily practice. Each day, review your accomplishments, energy levels, and emotional state. Identify what fueled motivation and what caused fatigue. Reflection helps adjust strategies and strengthens self-awareness, preventing long-term burnout. Plan for recovery proactively. Include rest, exercise, hobbies, and social time in your schedule. Recovery isn't optional. It replenishes mental and physical energy, allowing you to maintain consistent performance without overextending yourself. Break large goals into manageable segments. Long-term projects can feel daunting. Divide them into daily or weekly tasks. Completing smaller steps provides regular motivation boosts and reduces stress, making progress more sustainable. Adjust expectations realistically. Avoid perfectionism. Striving for flawless results constantly drains motivation. Focus on steady progress, learning, and growth. Realistic expectations protect energy and keep engagement high. Seek inspiration continuously. Read, watch, or listen to content that motivates you. Surround yourself with people, ideas, and environments that remind you of your goals and values. Inspiration keeps passion alive when motivation naturally dips. Leverage social support and mentorship. Connect with peers or mentors who encourage persistence. Sharing experiences, challenges, and wins creates accountability, motivation, and a sense of belonging. Supportive networks buffer against burnout. Maintain a balance between challenge and recovery. Too little challenge breeds boredom. Too much creates stress. Monitor your workload, energy, and emotional health. Adjust intensity and rest strategically to maintain engagement without exhaustion. Anchor motivation to purpose. Always connect daily tasks to long-term vision. Remind yourself why these efforts matter. Purpose-driven motivation is resilient, making it easier to persist through temporary setbacks or fatigue. Celebrate consistent effort, not just results. Acknowledge discipline, progress, and small achievements. Reinforcing effort strengthens habits and internal drive, creating motivation that lasts beyond immediate outcomes. By combining reflection, recovery, manageable goals, inspiration, social support, balanced challenge, and purpose alignment, motivation becomes sustainable and burnout is minimized. Long-term success comes from disciplined action, fueled by consistent, mindful energy management and intentional practices. As we reach the final chapter, it's time to wrap up everything and create a clear action plan. All the strategies, habits, and insights from this book are powerful, but their true value comes from consistent application. First, review your key takeaways. Self-control and avoiding temptation are the foundation of discipline. Long-term discipline relies on systems, routines, and identity alignment. Maintaining motivation and preventing burnout ensures sustainability. Now, let's turn theory into actionable steps. Start with self-assessment. Identify your strengths and weaknesses regarding discipline, motivation, and habit formation. Understanding your starting point allows targeted improvement. Set clear, realistic goals. Break long-term ambitions into manageable daily or weekly objectives. This prevents overwhelm and creates a sense of accomplishment with every step forward. Progress, not perfection, is the key metric. Design your environment to support your goals. Remove distractions, triggers, and temptations. Make desired behaviors obvious and convenient. Environmental support reduces reliance on willpower and strengthens habit formation. Create routines and systems. Automate repetitive tasks where possible. Morning rituals, work sprints, and planned breaks minimize decision fatigue and keep your discipline sustainable. Habit stacking accelerates consistency. Track progress diligently. Use journals, apps, or checklists to record daily actions and wins. Visual tracking provides motivation, accountability, and insight into patterns that require adjustment. Plan for setbacks. Expect occasional lapses. Analyze triggers, adjust strategies, and resume immediately. Resilience is more important than perfection. Consistent recovery reinforces long-term growth. Anchor actions to identity and purpose. Reframe. I am a disciplined person who takes consistent steps toward meaningful goals. When discipline and motivation are identity-driven, behaviors become natural and effortless. Use social support wisely. Surround yourself with peers, mentors, or communities that encourage growth. Accountability, encouragement, and shared experiences reinforce discipline and prevent burnout. Finally, balance effort with recovery. Sustainable discipline is built on energy management. Include rest, leisure, and reflection alongside productive work. Recovery strengthens performance, focus, and motivation. This action plan transforms the book's lessons into daily practice. Implement these strategies consistently, reflect regularly, and adapt intelligently. Discipline, motivation, and structured habits will become integral to your life, guiding every choice toward long-term success.